Soon indeed. Not too much sooner though. Like what? 20 seconds left of the song. Bit of a late start to the day since... You know how it is. Monday, BF has classes. Doesn't have class all morning, supposed to hang out some. So how's about? I start the game up right now. Actually, planned ahead. And got the death counter up to the proper 14 this time. Oh, and the song just cuts out. And let me just make sure everything is updated to the proper game. I don't see the game though. There it is. There's game. There's BRB. There's a cutscene scene. Where's the live scene? All good? Cool. But hey, 7. Everything is good. And today is actually the first time since my first vaccine shot where I've actually got like a full 7 or 8 hours of sleep. So I feel like I just came back from the dead. It's probably more just a circadian rhythm, adjusting to earlier daylight hours. But been having lots of 5 a.m. wake-ups lately, so kind of nice to get actual 7 or 8 hours. Hey, Simon Bees. Thanks. Which should I get? This is the Pfizer that I got. Only the first shot so far. Second is going to be the end of the month. So got that to look forward to. New file. Oh dang, been 23 hours already on this. Funny enough. Long sleep means weird dreams. And part of weird dreams this morning was I actually dreamt about playing through this already. And so I woke up being like, do I have to do this all over again? I just did this. Okay, so autofill choices to get to this point. Because we gotta get to this little thing here. Ended up in this cozy little section last Monday. But until I get through, let's see, this was who? Trying to remember, to refresh myself here, to catch myself up. Because to get through this gate, it's NVIDIA, isn't it? NVIDIA to hack and we can't? I forget, either way. Either way, this end is a dead end until I can get to here, which won't let me do. And I can't get to that because that's locked, can't get to you because you're locked. And you want me to use a note given to me by NVIDIA. Boy, I don't have that yet. You see, dream information from the morphogenetic field would be really cool, except all I remember is going through that path. I don't remember any details, just that it happened. So even then, the morphogenetic field has given me nothing to work with. There's no trial here that I can see, so it's probably death. So getting specific things that I want on the path probably doesn't matter too much. Should probably just go in. Protect Superbia, not protect Superbia, that's right. That's a protect route. Let her die route. And who's left? Only 3 left. I think it is just Tristidia, NVIDIA, and the final mystery person then. Because I think I've seen everyone else die. Yeah, I have. Dang. Notes, what do we have? We have Era, Ava, Superbia, Luxuria. Did I miss one? Gullah, did I write Gullah's down? Because I'm pretty sure we've seen Gullah's death. Alright. No, it didn't. I had to actually play the game. For real, for real. And not just rely on fantasy dream information. So Tristidia. Just gonna skip up until we get to the decisive choice. I like how on this route Ancora doesn't know that Luxuria is actually a duplicative seductress and falls right for it. This time gonna do nothing to protect Superbia. And so Ancora did not act. The gunshot was nigh instantaneous, and a hole appeared in Superbia's helmet near the middle of her symbol. Almost immediately, her body crumbled down. The tall bunny girl's helmet exploded, causing everyone to step back in the midst of the dust. Her headless body remained among the group against the wall. Headless body remained among the group against the wall onto its knees, like macabre result of Ancora's inaction. What was that? Or what? Ah. Only Ancora didn't react to it, far too shocked to do anything about it. Not really shocked though, because even if you protect her, mechanically the game assumes both choices were taken, and shows you the other one on the flow. So already know she's gonna die. Instead, her body crumbled much like Superbia's, right into Avaridia's arms, which weren't there to hold anymore. The teacher had taken a step back in fright, which meant Ancora hit the cold, hard floor. She pulled herself up with her arms almost immediately after giving a howl of pain. While sat up, her gaze through the helmet's cameras was fixated upon the corpse of the confrontational girl. The dead body would haunt her thoughts for the next hours, perhaps even days or weeks. It was a thing, no longer a person. Tristidia looked at the group, and then stored the gun back into his pants. There, now the danger's averted, and our time is safe. There will be peace, Peacemaker. It took a moment for the whole group to regain their senses. By then, it was already 5 past the hour. They only had 55 more minutes before everyone would surrender their right to live. We need to reform the teams. We have rooms to explore now. Are you all aware of this? But you just shot her dead. That was the plan, yes. Luxuria looked over at Ancora, who had risen back to her feet. She replied with a slight shrug, a little like an apology for failing to carry out the plan exactly as convened. I don't think we can solve the rest of the rooms on our own, though. I guess we need to split up the group like... Ancora alone, again, myself, alone, and you 2 others together. That's the only way to have a fighting chance at what's coming, I think. Do we not get Invidia? Because in the other route, Invidia pops up, right? Yeah. Nope, Invidia. No, there's another solution. Out of nowhere, Invidia's voice rang. He was in the hallway with them, walking in from the direction of the crossroads. Hey, Corpse Eater. Vidi? She finally spoke up, the shock of seeing him again, fully pulling her out of her stupor. Everyone reacted as surprised by his appearance as she was. I don't have a lot of time to explain just yet. First, we need to form groups to explore the rooms. We're also looking for me cards, right? I still have mine. No, I don't know where the rest are. Yes, I know how to escape now. Yes, me made a mistake. Well, I can't just behead him now. It would look too suspicious. I wonder why it didn't work earlier. Which means that currently, our highest priority is to solve the next rooms and get the next cards. He noticed a dead body on the ground. He didn't settle onto it too much, despite clearly being none too happy about it. 3 rooms. 5 people left instead of 4. We can make it work by having 2 groups of 2. I know I can solve rooms alone, so who's going to be in each team? All of them pondered on it for a very short time. With Invidia set a return, they forgot about the clock again. It was soon going to hit the 10 minutes mark past the hour. If a room took them a full 39 minutes to solve, they had to move soon. And there needs to be 2 deaths this time. Only 3 survivors, no more than that. This is what the game's been set up to be. But so much has changed since then. I can't change the rules this far in. Oh, Ancora, the rules are never in your hands. The next deaths must include the traitor. Normally, I'd go back and change the lineup, but this time let's just make it simple. Cora, you're with me. Ava and Lux, go. Avaridia and Luxuria took a glance at Tristidia, torn between leaving while the teams are in their favor, and asking Invidia for details instead. No one wants to be grouped with a killer, huh? That's hilarious, coming from them both. The latter option won, and Avaridia demanded some explanations. Okay, but first, what were you doing, Vidi? No time. I'll take the room furthest down the hallway. We're very soon at the 6 hours mark, and we need to find way more me cards still. If we don't find them, we all die. I get that, but at least a little answering wouldn't hurt. You're not dead, even if me said you would be. What did you do? We can all do it and never suffer punishment. No, we can't do it. It was a mistake in the first place. I'm sure if we planned to do it, all of us, we'd all get beheaded this time around. If you really want to know, I found the exit. But we can't take it until we have all those 9 strange keys. He showed one of his own. It was the key Ancora traded to him before. There's a metal plate you can open by pressing in specific spots, next to the stairs leading to the voting machines. Behind that is a room that's seemingly cut off from radio and mechanism interference. The moment I made it through, I was cut off from all communication. If we go there, we're no longer reachable, but I don't think we're supposed to know that place existed until we put all the me cards in. Is it a problem? If we go in there, then we can't get beheaded like... She pushed her foot towards Bia's corpse. The first time was a random chance logs. I stumbled onto it, and Pandora must not have seen me. Now Pandora knows. Whatever is monitoring that place will be looked at much more closely. Luxuria eventually gave up and went away with Avaridia. The older woman pulled Luxuria over to the nearest room on the side, closing the door to start solving that deduction room. Everyone else saw fit to drop the topic for now, too. After the two were gone, NVIDIA spoke about his departure again to expand on one of his thoughts before the three would split up. What baffles me the most is this. He pulled out a second me card. There was a me card in that room. I think we're supposed to figure it out early, somehow, even though it's clearly off limits. I don't understand what the mastermind is thinking. Anyway, we have our groups ready, right? Cora, you're with Trist? I guess that's fine by me. Scared. I don't have any reason to shoot anymore. Not yet, anyway, until the vote. A sudden thought caused him to pause in the middle of his speech. Until the vote. We'll all die at 6 hours, right? Why does it matter? Well, if we fulfilled all the conditions by 6, this means 6 of us must die. But if you don't fulfill the conditions, then it doesn't matter. Nobody else has to die then, but the fact that the bomb's going to kill us all notwithstanding. Right, well, we should hurry anyway. Let's talk about this after we're still alive in 40 minutes. 39 minutes. Yeah. Don't look too much at the details, or your world might come undone. NVIDIA? Is that a general statement, or is that a hint that he knows more than he lets on? He waved, departing for the two of them shortly thereafter. Tristidia and Ancora remained alone. Deciding not to waste any time, the horse wearer walked towards the other nearest door, as NVIDIA had gone for the farthest one away. I wonder if he's really going to be fine doing it alone. If he doesn't leave, everyone's in deep mud. Status, stable, new room. So does that mean NVIDIA then is going to get the solo garden astrology room? But I don't think we've had one yet with Tristidia. As far as deduction room team-ups go. Ancora followed after him, and soon they stepped into a strange room. It was one of the many classrooms on the outer edge of Wing A, but what was inside was clearly not a classroom at all. It was very spacious, and it had 2 large cylinders spanning floor to ceiling. They were both adorned with a lot of mechanisms and cogs, as well as a long wire connecting to them. Smaller cylinders scattered the entire room alongside them. Due to the strange nature of the room, The two people in it barely had any time to take in its weird appearance before me appeared to them again. At exactly 39 seconds, on the dot, both their visions were taken by her, while the door locked itself. This is a very important room. The question you have to answer in this room, however, is for you and you alone. For me. For us, then. If you give the answer to anyone outside of this room, you will immediately surrender your right to live. Do you understand? This knowledge is for your group and no one else. This particular room's question is, who is your true enemy? There is a true enemy which opposes me, you, and everyone else. All of you here have been gathered for a specific reason. No, it's not to kill that enemy, which you won't be able to do ever. Figuring out that true enemy is part of the deal too, even if you'll never be able to fight it. Not now, or ever. That is because, while it is your true enemy, it is not one you are meant to oppose. Even though we must oppose it, otherwise our end spells doom for the entire world. I wonder if you can truly understand me. We will know what you believe in soon, but for now, I'll see you later. Ptoom. The entire speech was as short as the previous one. The two in the room decided to ignore the cryptic words they had to hurry, while Tristidia was taking the lead despite his apparent uneasiness. Let's go then. This looks like some kind of reactor. It is a big mug, though I have seen much bigger. This IKEA mug serves its purpose well, but Miss Chibi T has one that's like at least this big. She's got to fill it up halfway, or it becomes too heavy for her to lift, and that makes me envious. How could you tell? Just a hunch. It's probably a fake anyway. What is there to power in here? A bomb, maybe? Dunno. But I wonder a lot more about what me meant by true enemy. I don't remember setting this up. The true enemy is a traitor, no? Oh, for me it does. For me, when it comes to mugs, it's all about the volume. Because I straight up inhale this stuff. That's why I have like 4 cups of water off to the side, because you just never can have enough when it comes to drinks. Deduction time. How about some me time with Tristidia, since I haven't spoke with him ever? Anything of note about the reactor? I know you said this is probably a fake reactor, but let's say it's not, excuse me. What do you think it's used for? And why have this here? We're still at the school, right? Like, what is all this? If I knew, I'd tell you. All I can think of is we're probably not at the school we think we are. Everything so far has been set up to look like it in appearance only. We have classrooms, we have hallways, even the bathrooms look the same. But these rooms are not always as we'd expect them to be. Who could do such a thing? It's not like anyone could just walk in and build this. Maybe it's the government. If it's not, then they have to be really rich or really determined. It has to be some kind of organization. But what even would warrant putting this much effort in making all this? Killing us off one by one. I don't believe in madman who just likes to watch people die. Everyone has a reason for doing what they're doing. But Tristidia, if all this is virtual, then it's a bit less effort than constructing all this in the physical world. Empty smiley, hello. The true enemy. 10 points for that one. But this... He paused, uncertain of how I wanted to word it. Perhaps he was even uncertain if he wanted to continue down that line of thought too. I begin to think that this Pandora who lit us before, my emptiness, isn't behind all this. What could warrant all this? At first, it was only to find out the traitor, but now, this room is definitely nothing I know. Something else is going on, and I'm also wondering about what could warrant all this. Did the traitor turn usurper? All the more reason to find them. At this point, maybe it's preferable if they all die to make sure I've got the right one. Since we're only two, let's not waste too much time. Any idea then? Beyond search around. This room looks very high tech, and I don't know what to do here, because we haven't touched anything yet. I guess we have to mess with the high tech stuff, which only makes me believe it's fake even more. They wouldn't let us mess with the reactor like that if it meant this whole place could blow sky high. What first? Making everything be functional, whatever that means for this room, might be in our best interest. There are some mechanisms scattered around that aren't really connected, or working just yet. Beyond that, we have to figure out our true enemy, and I have no idea how to start. And there's that 39 on the reactor too. That number seems to be coming back a lot in the school so far. I don't think that's related though. Are you sure, Justidia? Because 39 seconds to enter, 39 minutes for the deduction rooms, a 39 here, and didn't 39 come up again in one of the previous ones? I'm fairly certain. But yeah, 39 is a motif at least. It might just be a cheeky reference. There's no way this place is 39 reactors either. All in all, remember if you're missing something, maybe it's worth examining things multiple times. Especially in this room where things look complicated. Since we're only two, let's not waste too much time. Okay, fine. Fair for now. Door is locked. Straight and to the point. I'd investigate it, but we already know what to do to leave. And it's not by blindly messing with this door. Locked, nothing to repeat. There's a thing on the roof, on the ceiling. This looks daunting. I'd better keep this for when I have an idea what to do with it. Like if I found all the elements to work out a code or another. A panel at the top takes 4 numbers, so... And it doesn't highlight anything else, just itself. Tubes. These tubes look really high-tech. This makes me wonder if we're still in the present. Because it sure starts to look like we're 100 years in the future, right now. We're in the present still, don't worry. Everything here looks impossible, because it is. Nothing but replicated hardware if I had to guess. He shoved his hand against the side of one of the tubes. The mechanism pushed up, sinking against the wall some. See? It's really not heavy. Sure looks like it from here. And Cora tried to do much of the same with the other one. But that one wasn't having any of it. The annoyance she felt due to her failure in lifting this fake object made Justidia laugh. Hey, don't be mean like that. Sorry. Didn't mean it that way. I guess you're still a girl, huh? Justidia, please. What does that even mean? I guess I just have more muscle mass, that's all. And Cora stared at him for a moment. He understood what she was implying, raising his hands defensively in front of himself, as though denying the thought. Hey, who's the mean one now? And nothing else on it? Don't think it'll lift that? And Cora tried again, but, just as she assumed, the tubes are too heavy for her. Justidia could do it so easily, though. Guess some things aren't meant for some people to do. Exos. All the exos. Lots of boxes that make me think of tic-tac-toe. I don't think we're supposed to use them for that, though. There's stuff inside. Various objects. A lot of trash too. Yeah, these are ripped squares of cloth. Duct tape. A copy of Avril Lavigne's newest album. Which one's that? Let Go, yeah. Oh, I already have that one. You've got trash and you're proud of it to boot. Hey, I like it. None of my business anyway. There's a lot of stuff in here. One thing stands out. In one of the boxes is a Metal Gear. A Metal Gear. Seems like the kind of thing we need in a room like this. Let's carry it. There's also a key in the same box. Good thing I took this gear, or I would have never seen it. A yellow key. Snake! He removed the key, showing it to Ancora. That's the key to access the second room. There's nothing else in here to unlock. Anything else in the boxes? If we took down the gratings here, I could easily slip inside and... I don't think that's going anywhere. I don't feel any air from the grate. It's probably just there for decoration. But they have to vent this place somehow. Unless this place isn't meant to really be used, or isn't real. Then there's no problem, if the air grows stale a little. But they'd probably still want to keep it fresh. I don't know, but that vent is out of order at least. Surely nothing else. Too much stuff, will take hours to sort everything. Front 2. This is said to contain acid. There's also a strange floating part in there. We probably need to get out, but how? To get it out. The side of the cylinder has an output. Guess we need to find something to suck all the acid out. I wonder how that part inside isn't melting right out. It's probably just not acid for real. More evidence towards the fact that this is all fake. This is all a fake contraption. Said to contain acid. Just repeats. Since the two of them have found the key, it was ridiculously easy to access the second room. It took them only a second to twist the key into the lock. And now I can move further in. If we wanted to. Does the cod go in here? Daunting still. There's gears behind the mesh, so maybe it goes in here. This is a big thing with a lot to see on it. What should I investigate? Oh, that is a lot to investigate. The status. The indication says status stable, as if it could go haywire if you mishandled it or something. We'd have cause for concern if it was real, but as we already established, it is not. It's good to deceive yourself like that, Justitia, but don't hide from the truth. This reactor looks like a fake, but so far it's pretty real. Still makes you wonder how this came to be. The number? It's a 39, like the number of me cards we need to get. Or the number of minutes we have to explore these rooms. Or the numbers 30 and 9 put together. Or the letters C and I together, if you take them as being 3 and 9 mashed together. Alright, Empty, thanks for dropping in. Enjoy your day. Or, is there anything else it could represent? Well, in Japanese, the number 3 and 9 are san and kyu, which sort of sounds like thank you when put together like that. That's one of the most ridiculous of the bunch. Machinery. Looks like the gear we found goes in here. Let's put it in. Careful, there's a grid over it. We have to open it first. But Ancora just jammed her hand in, yanking it out afterwards. The grid hadn't been electrocuted or anything, and it very easily came off at the expense of Ancora's hand, which is now bleeding a little. Ancora and Ethan Winters, a match made in heaven. Ouch. What did you think would happen? He shook his head, sliding the gear inside and attaching it to the pole. Soon the gears began spinning together. what they did wasn't clear. Got anything for this cut? What if the box in the back has some? You're in luck. Too much luck. Tristidia, is that making you suspect me then? As if I would know that there would be antiseptic or whatever in here. The two of them left the reactor alone to go patch up in Cora's hand. You really ought to be more careful. We're dealing with potentially dangerous hardware here. Not that it's really a reactor, since I believe it's a fake. But a fake can still hurt. Hey, I'll be fine. It's just a tiny cut. Out of anyone, I feel like Tristidia has the least amount of right to speak about being cautious. Well, at least that helped us, since I found this piece of paper too, so there was more in there. Or not, or in the gears. It was lodged between two gears. He held it up to her, and Cora read it aloud. But we're missing 15 of them. But we're missing 15 of them? Isn't that dialogue from the other route? Is this the game generator itself? Predicting and executing what we say in other timelines? 15 of what? What's missing? I'm not sure. I think this number may be important though. Anything else in the machinery? Fully functional, so I guess there's nothing else to do with this now. The left panel? This is some circular opening. Maybe a tube goes in here or something. Or it's an output. Let's be on the lookout for a tube then. The right panel? This looks broken. No, it doesn't just look broken. I'm pretty sure it's broken. Something's missing inside and I can't screw the panel back onto it. What's your verdict? Let's come back after we find whatever it is that's missing, and something to screw the panel back on. I don't think whatever it does will work unless it's fixed. Not to mention, the console on the ceiling needs to be properly operated first too. And that should be everything that can be interacted with in this room. Still daunting? Still daunting. Hey, a thing. Look, it's a big tube. We can take it between the rooms as needed. Think you can carry it? I feel like we should just leave it here until we find a purpose for it. It's a little cumbersome. Alright then. Now we know it's here at least. And first things first, two doors again. Do they both go outside? Or do both the rooms have an outside door? Where's the other go then? Doors not opening anytime soon? Even with the answer to the question, it only leads out anyway. Better to just use the one in the other room. Or to click on it for jokes? No, just repeats. Anywho, tube, output for this maybe. Suction? Is it left panel? I can put the tube we found in here. Seems like it's just long enough to connect with the other output tube, between the side panel of the reactor and the glass cylinder. Let's see what happens. After connecting both of them together, the transparent cylinder drained itself of its acid. All of it was sucked out through the tube into the reactor shell. The only thing left in the tube after another minute of wait was a weird part. Think it's safe to get it. Just let it leak out for a few, and come back to it later. Has it been a few? It's probably fine to take out now. Having waited a few, the two of them disconnected the tube, and the strange piece of hardware came out, seemingly undamaged from the acid it was drowning inside prior. And even if it was an acid, just water, corrosive water, on the poor circuits. Think it really was acid? Probably not. Couldn't take any chances anyway. After the two of them reconnected the tube with the cylinder, the acid was pumped back in, in order to revert it to its previous state and minimize the extra art that had to be done. Then they pocketed the item and discarded the tube back to the other room, no longer having any use for it. Circuitry maybe for the right panel? Looks broken, is broken, so the part doesn't go to it. What else do we have here? Tubes, boxes. All the boxes light up. Nothing appears to be hidden as far as like highlights hiding something else goes. Tubey or not tubey. If everyone stays here too long, they'll get tuberculosis. The internet is a series of tubes, I heard. More tube jokes? Okay, enough with the puns and jokes and references. No! I can only take so much, even from myself. But more. No more. This room is an almost perfect replica of the previous room. It's got the same kind of things around, like these tubes. 2 reactors. Maybe one's a fake and the other's real. Or maybe they're both fakes. I still don't think this is a real reactor. I've seen this place before, you know, and it's not here. So Trustidia, this is your room then. Where did you see it? Somewhere my father worked at. They had this large red cross-like emblem affixed above the door, and there were a bunch of gruff guys doing experiments. He took me there once on the yearly Bring Your Kid to Work day. He doesn't work there anymore though. He'd been working there for a long time before, and I still don't know why he left. The pay was apparently really, really good. Difference of interest? Maybe a clash of morals? Science can sometimes be a little, you know. Maybe. Not that I'd know, even if I asked him now. And Cora had a bad feeling over it. She decided to change the subject, figuring that he was dead or something like that. Anybody who quits from something as shady as that probably ends up dead. So anyway then, this is a replica of the reactor there. Yeah. I'd only seen it through a window, but I remember it mesmerized me. It marked me, and I would know what this is even after the 20 years without seeing it. These things were in constant movement though. Now they're not moving. The reactor is a lot less monstrous than my memories, but it's because it's a fake and thus not active. He gave a light shove onto the strange metallic structures. Something broke from it and rolled away onto the ground. See? It's falling apart on its own. Wait, that's not part of the mechanism. And Cora reached for it, finding that it was a coin. Maybe this is useful. Let's keep it with us. Who knows if we'll need it here. And if we don't, then we're just a little bit richer. And risk losing your head. I wouldn't take anything out of these rooms unless they're from safes. The safes that contain our me cards. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Turns out there's no tricking him into doing it. And eliminating him that way, huh? But it does mean more inventory item. Coinage. Questions? Hey Robbie, what's up? Oh yes, the questions of the mystery of the game. Because especially after last week's, giving us big bombshells of information, which only gave more questions in turn. Because I've been having some ideas, and a few hooks of ideas, that thought might be able to shape or be reshaped as I figure out more of the game. And so far, I'm no less closer to any real answers. I still can't push any of these, they're too heavy for me. Trustidia showed off again by shoving his hand against one, and reining it back with a hard push. He rather enjoyed being able to show off due to the fact he was not comparatively strong, wanted the company of just about anyone else than a little girl. Oh, come on. Stop with that already, and let's move back to searching. How about the other tube? The tube's also got a tube in it, though. As a perfect mirror of the ideal state of the previous. The large empty cylinder stood alone, separated from the rest of the reactor. It didn't look like it had a purpose. Despite that, Ancora pushed her hand against the surface. Look, my hand's flat against it. My hand flattened against it, and my skin turns white. That's because blood isn't going through your hands anymore. He did much of the same to show it to her with concrete proof. But your hands aren't changing. Really? Guess I know less that I like to toot my own horn over. Or maybe I'm just a little too fat. Ugh. Tristidia, that is a mood. It's become so cyclical for me. After the weekend, Monday morning, start off on a higher weight. As the week progresses, lowers to a more ideal state. Then the weekend happens, reset, too heavy again on Monday to repeat downwards. But the pattern is going to break. Just needs more effort into it. More practice turned into habit. We could break it, but that's a little destructive. The one in this room doesn't seem to have any purpose whatsoever. Accordingly to those thoughts, Ancora left the cylinder aside to search somewhere else. Could break it, just repeats. Boxes, are all the boxes. I have to wonder why there are these boxes strewn about. They don't contain much of anything in general, just random knickknacks. He addressed Ancora as she approached the boxes. Some of them are open, others are still shut tight. From what she could see of each, he wasn't wrong. They didn't contain anything spectacular. You'd think these things would be used to carry dangerous stuff. Like what? Like a gun? Maybe, if you want to believe that. Though speaking of, who is going to be in the room with a shotgun? Because we've only got one gun in the open right now. And everyone should be on high alert for Tristidia, or at least very tense around him. No, I don't wanna. Speaking of, what are you gonna do with yours? Tristidia still had the gun in his pocket. Ancora could see the handle sticking out the whole time. I don't know yet. I'd rather only carry it for protection, but it's just as obvious it should be used in case of emergencies. And we're in an emergency. Well, okay then. But that reminded me about the word emergency. Emerge. E. What about it? It makes me think of emergence, even though both of them having nothing to do with each other. Specifically, emergence is when two things interacting together have something neither have alone. You lost me a little. I just want to talk about the emergency exits. What do you mean? Ancora was starting to wonder if all this was truly needed, but at this point, she just had to pursue the topic. Otherwise, she could be seen as impolite or testing his patience. I just thought she wanted to test the guy who held a gun. I don't think he'd shoot over it. It's safer this way, I guess. Take a person and a bicycle. The person can run, but there's no smooth forward movement. Meanwhile, the bicycle can provide that movement, but it can't do it on its own. Hence, the emergence happens when both combine and fulfill that. There are other examples out there, but this is the simplest one to digest, I think. It's a little like how a pencil can write, but only if your body, which can't write without a tool, makes use of it. Or when wind creates waves at the surface of water. Like that, yeah. Or like when your television alone can't display the channel, but with a signal coming from a small terminal used to relay it, like a satellite, you can watch TV. So, a little like these helmets, since they display what's outside of them. No, not like the helmets. We can see without the helmets. Does he not know? Does Tristidia not know? You're right. Well, that was interesting. We have to get moving, I think. Sure, and by the way, I found a clipboard between two of the boxes. He quickly checked what was written on it. Something about experiments. Something about pairs. The number 2 is all over this thing. 2 reactors. And it says to multiply all 3 numbers together. What could that mean? Maybe it's for a code or another. They kept it with them for convenience sake. And rechecked the boxes right after. Found anything in these boxes in the end? Nothing yet. I don't think they'll be very helpful. I should leave them aside. Or a third time? Nothing. Which should just leave. Reactor itself then. Compared to the other reactor, which was in a lamentable state, this one doesn't look broken at all. It doesn't need any repairs that I can tell. Yeah, it's a little too complex for me to mess with anyway. I think it's in our best interest if we left it alone. Really? Fully leave it alone? And Cora walked around the reactor, examining it, while holding an imaginary clipboard. But you've got a real clipboard now, Cora. Everything's in order here. Gee, it sure is difficult to sign sometimes. I sure could use a coffee break. What are you doing? I'm imitating the life of a scientist. I have no clipboard, and it must take notes. It's a little more complicated than that, I think. Oh yeah? How do you know that? Are you a scientist? Well, actually, my father's a scientist. I don't even know what he's doing. It's a lot less glamorous than you're describing it, though. Paperwork aplenty, either very little free time to know what to do with, or too much and getting bored. Sounds like the good life still. I don't know about that. When the work gets going, it's tough. I've seen him absent from home for weeks at a time, only to come home babbling about incoherent stuff and God. Is he also connected, then, to Superbia's family, with their culty overtones? Sounds a bit depressing. Anything else here? Nothing to do with the reactor. The top, then, because I noticed the other room doesn't have one of these. I can reach this cable easily enough, but the box at the top is far too high. I guess you would need a ladder to reach it. Tristidia didn't bite, no matter how much Cora willed him to. No one wants to talk about ladders. Let's just stop entirely and focus. Achievement. Chaos is a ladder. What activates that, specifically? Steam, give me your mysteries. Birth me code. Chaos is a ladder or a step ladder. Too bad we don't have one. Maybe we have to climb using the cable. With only a slight look at Tristidia, one could deduce he wouldn't be of any use climbing a cable this small. Or he hunched down, sits on his shoulders, and then he yumbu us up. It might even cause it to snap and render it unusable. I can try, but I'm not a good climber. Yeah, that's Bia. Good one. Upon trying, Cora felt a lot easier than she might have assumed. All she had to do was use both her hands and legs to hold onto the cable, and before long, she managed to bring herself to the top. What does the box do? It's settings. I don't know what we should put them on. It's taking 4 numbers from 0 to 9, but I don't know the combination. Just put them on whatever you want, I guess. I doubt this will do anything, until the cable is plugged somewhere anyway. The solution has to do with the numbers we found, no doubt. Alright, so what do we have? Oh. The inventory isn't here anymore. 39, 39. Three numbers we found were 2, 15, and 39. Okay, let me see then. 2, 15, and 39. Well, could I back out for now to recheck my notes? No. 15, 39. Or was it multipliable by 2 maybe? Because I forget the exact wording of the clipboard we found. 15 and 39. If I multiply them both by 2, that gives me 18, 6, 78, right? Then times 2 gives me 10 here, then 2, 3, 30, 78. Of course, adding 2, 15 and 39 together won't give us a number of 4 digits. Which is why I multiplied 15 and 39 by 2. Is that not right either? And I can't appear to go back out. Current year? For more clues, subtracting is even worse. And there's no way any of this divides well, so multiply them? Multiply 15 and 39 by 2? Like the first time around? Times 2 gives me 30, 78, exactly as I calculated. So if it's not multiplication, if it's not division, what about 15, 39 multiplied by 2 is 30, 78, and then that in turn divided by 2 is 1539. The only way for this to work is to multiply them all together. All 3 together? Well, yeah. I mean, 1539. Okay, that's 1539 multiplied by 2. But that's not 2 times 15 times 39. Alright. See if I can go back to my inventory and recheck the clipboard. But I have no outs from here. Once I'm in here, I'm stuck. 15 times 39 times 2. 1170. There you go. The answer was 1170. After putting in the 4 numbers, Ancora came down for the box, sliding along the cable until she was back on the ground. The machine was now giving a low hum. Hey, wait a second. You weren't looking, were you? Looking at what? Am I not wearing pants? I assumed we were wearing pants. It's been ages since the first CGs. My panties? Oh no. I don't have any interest in that. Not sure if he meant it that way, or if it's a veiled insult. But wait, we had the numbers correct. Let's give it another go. Do I have to? Ancora climbed back up, hugging the cable with both thighs so she wouldn't slide down that easily. It took a few moments of attempts before she realized the luck she had before had run out. Unceremoniously, she slid back down to the ground. She looked around, but Justitia hadn't been there to witness her embarrassing display at least. Doesn't matter anyway. The right numbers are entered, so there's nothing to do with that anymore. Which means the whole clipboard thing is over anyway too, since the clipboard only gave those numbers. Anything new? Status still says stable. Number hasn't changed, just painted in. Thank you. Machinery itself, fully functional. Nothing for now. Left panel is just for the tube. Right panel, still broken machinery. And the part goes here. Tristidia was already in the process of repairing the panel inside of the reactor. Now, didn't I select that before? And all he did was say it was broken. After a few moments, he finished fixing the piece back inside, after which he used the coin they'd found to screw the panel back on. Ah, that's why. Not just a broken piece, but the coin to screw the panel shut too. A small light lit up, as if confirming it was done correctly. Wow, that was pretty good. I'm impressed. Don't be. I just know a lot about computers because I spend a lot of time on one. You do remember, I have that website, right? It's just one of many I own. I'd like to actually get up and do stuff though. That's why a guy named Marco started giving me tutoring on engineering. He came by my home often, so I get off my chair and do some menial work. You want to exercise then? Yeah? I'm kind of tired of being the fat boy. No matter what I try though, I don't get slimmer. The shaking of his head was full of sorrow and denial. Anyway, bring me the cable over there. This one? That's right. He connected the cable to the panel. I knew they'd go together. It looked too suspicious. There's still a lot of slack though, and I can't make heads or tails of why. Maybe it's not important. But it's really stuck hard. He tried taking it out to show, but the panel wasn't having any of it. It was very well stuck there, and since that's where it had to go, something's happening. Status time. The screen on the side of the reactor buzzed, and then changed its display. Now, instead of showing stable, it was showing time. So if we convert the word time to the numeric value of the alphabet, and then plug that in to the periodic table of elements, the cable was also pushed out of its socket, and no matter how much history you tried, it wouldn't go back in. What do you think that means? I don't know. Looks like a small compartment open on this side too. He reached inside, taking out a me card, and a weird key with the letter T attached to it. Okay, and the keys are an anagram, giving us, we have T, a Pit Lisa G. Does work then. For a pigtails. Wait, that's 2 ways though. Maybe that's what. No, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is 9 keys, right? So 9 keys. So would there be 2 ways? Yeah, as far as I can tell. Or maybe it's pigtails A, as opposed to pigtails B. Which means whichever pigtail that Superbia is wearing, that is denoted as the A pigtail and not the B pigtail. Has something hidden inside of it. Here, take that key. He lobbed it at her. And Cora did her best to catch it, but fell to the ground. It fell to the ground. She went over to take it, adding it to the rest of her stuff. There are also 2 weird bowls in here. I guess I'll carry them. What are they used for? beats me. Doesn't mean we're done here. But what's our answer? Don't we normally get some piece of paper to help us? I think it's pretty obvious. I'll let you think about it then. I'll let you think about it. Then just come with me to the door. I think you just don't know the answer. Who knows? Not him, apparently. Okay. Indication says status time, which was changed from status stable from earlier. I wonder why one word changed. There has to be a reason. Should be obvious what it means, no? Don't we need to say some kind of word to escape from this place after all? Is that the answer? The true enemy? The real enemy is time? Out of all the rooms, this is one of the easier ones. The answer doesn't really need any kind of overthinking. Oh, game. If I could overthink it, I will. Still so stable here, though. Inventory. Now I can go back to the clipboard. The number 2 and multiply all 3 numbers together is all I wanted to go back and read, the multiply all 3 together part. There's a missing thing here. Pretty sure in all previous rooms, everything got filled out. But missing 15 of them. Maybe there is something. Though I don't see where it would be. Seen everywhere else. Yeah, there's nothing else then. Alright. Here we are then, ready to leave. And not that much time passed either. Definitely good. And about the answer. Do you still not know it? No, I know it. No, I know it. And Cora looked at her hands, a slight contemplation. After a minute or so, Tricidia nudged her with an elbow. Too scared to say it? Something like that. You know how we die if you get it wrong. Well, the answer is... No, stop, it's fine. I know the answer. A girl's got her own pride to uphold. Let me out. Our true enemy is... Oh, a few Easter eggs. And I'm already on the answer. Well, I'm fairly certain that that whole emergent speech might have been one to 999 with that emergence E-door. Because that kind of went on too. Especially since my way in finding that solution was apparently different than scripted, because I got the right answer. And then who was it that went off about, oh, the meaning of these E's? I was like, alright, sure, that's all cool and all, but definitely not what I was thinking of. The true enemy is... Don't overthink. Fine then. The true enemy is me. I am not your enemy. Aww, well that's cute. In that case, the true enemy is the traitor. Too small scope. Ooh. The true enemy. Pandora? And Cora. Fine, it's time. Moon. Miracle Moon. I could fit Miracle Moon. Don't overthink. Was a real enemy? Man all along? No. Fondant. Is it time? It is time. With a click, the lock came undone. Now they could leave this room. And Cora looked at Tricidia, who returned the gaze. But soon he left with the bowls and the meat card, having nothing else to do here. He was also quite eager to leave this place. And Cora also had enough of this reactor, so she stepped out, clutching the key she'd found in here. that was not just one, but 2 keys obtained. Key with the letter A and the letter T acquired. It's not looking good for me cards though. Oh well. It'll be time to worry over that later. Do they need all the me cards really? The me cards do help with the bomb situation in the voting booth. But if they have all 9 of the keys, the letter keys, then they could elevate out, yeah? And Cora and Tristidia wait in the hallway. The timer was reading 35 minutes past the hour, so the other groups are bound to emerge soon. 1 minute later, the door to the nearby classroom opened. Out came Luxuria first, and then Avaridia, who carried in her arms a shotgun. Figured there was more than one firearm here. This is going to be more akin to insurance than anything else. Insurance? For what? But don't worry. I don't intend to do anything with it unless you really need it. You're also the guy with 6 bullets. 5 now. Which is still enough to kill everyone still alive, even myself. Tristidia, maybe that's not what you want to boast about? When everyone's on edge about you? Hey, but would you do it? If the timer came to a close? Maybe. Better to end it quickly than make it last out in agony, no? Better to end it quickly than make it last out in agony, no? That's what you'd assume, but I don't know. Maybe not. I've never been put in a situation where I have to make that choice. Everyone's way too calm around these guns. They're guns! And Cora's outburst caught everyone's attention. They're firearms. They can kill us if you pull the trigger. Kill, you know. That's the end. You're dead. Why is everyone so calm around them? Maybe it's because today's already been so hectic. Guns aren't so special compared to getting your head, you know, exploded. Yeah, it's probably something like that. Speaking of the situation, where's Vidi? Is he still not out? The timer read 40 past the hour. Soon he was going to run out of time. Hey Vidi, hurry up, you're going to run out of time. The girl walked towards the bed of the wall, yelling for Vidi to hurry it up. Not only did his survival depend on it, but all of theirs depended on it too, as they needed the me card inside, and the key from that room as well. Isn't it strange our rooms only contain 1 me card though? Our rooms only contain 1 me card too. Justidia was showing off what he got from the room he explored alongside Ancora. From what the girl caught of their discussion, it seemed as though Avaridia and Luxuria also only found 1 of them. It doesn't add up. With all these rooms, they're still only at 24 me cards, but we need 15 more, just like as written on the note. The group arrived at Nvidia's door, and Cora watched the timer go up. 41 past the hour. 42 past the hour. 43, he's dead. At 44, she banged onto the door with both fists. Hey, Vidi, hurry! The rooms weren't really soundproof, so he should be hearing this. Unless he's in the second room. Or he's dead, or he's already out. After another minute, Nvidia's voice came from inside the room. Sorry, I don't think I'm coming out. What? Are you stuck? We can help, tell us what... No, I'm not stuck. I haven't solved anything in the room so far because I don't want to. Vidi, excuse me. What? That's right. I'm staying and dying here, and no one will be able to get the me card from this pair of rooms. How far along the flow am I? There was what, 4 slots? Novel deduced, novel dead. Aha. Then death for all of us. Without Nvidia or his card. That's right. I'm staying and dying here. And no one will be able to get the me card from this pair of rooms. That's my choice. You can't just abandon us to die. You're going to kill how many by doing the selfish act? You'll die too. This doesn't make any sense. Please, Vidi. Why does he want to die so badly like that? I made up my mind. It doesn't matter for me. I'm dead now. All of us. All of us are dead. Vidi? Do you mean that literally? Was my initial guess that all of us are dead? And this is some digital world. Is it actually right? Did me give him a different personalized test in there that gave him that solution? And we're going to save them. All of us are dead, and we're going to save them. But I need to die to break the pattern. What if he's right, but not in the way he thinks? Because we've uploaded everybody else upon their deaths in the trials. But we haven't done him yet. He's just been out of reach. And I think he requires a directive of some sort to get through his gate. So he's probably going to be last. As far as Trader goes, I'm still thinking either Tristidia or Nvidia by process of elimination, and that the Mystery Knight person, the other Bia, is a different entity entirely. Because there's what? Me, the Mastermind, an unknown traitor, and a usurper. But traitor and usurper don't have to be the same people. You don't mean. Avaridia's tone changed. She was horrified by what he was implying. No, you can't do that. You can't die now, we need you. Sorry. I made up my mind already. I won't be a future pawn. A future pawn? So is there a use to people dying and then getting their Marcos uploaded? For all I'm concerned, the future can go to hell. The timer read 48. In 1 minute, Nvidia was going to die. Well, there's no point now. With only 1 minute left, he couldn't solve the room anyway. This won't change anything. You're damning all of us. And that was it. Popcorn sound. Nvidia's last words hung heavily in the air as a clunk echoed from the inside of the room. That was most likely his head falling due to the helmet doing its thing. Well, that was that, I guess. Now we're stuck here. So who's gonna do it? Justidia's got a pistol, a revolver. Avaridia's got a shotgun, slung over her shoulder. Without that me card, we can't stop the console from killing us all in 11 minutes. Let's go back to the crossroads for something at least. We could spend the last minutes there sharing information. There's gotta be something to do. No one answered Ancora though. As she looked at them, she noticed they all had their shoulders slumped. None of them seemed in any mood to talk or even move. That's why Ancora pulled onto Avaridia's arm. But the woman only grabbed the shotgun she had and pointed it straight at the smaller girl. We're all going to die now. It doesn't matter what we do. And in fact, you know what? When the bomb inside the console explodes, it's going to disintegrate all traces of this place. Everything we did will become a secret. The mood stood still as those words were spoken. Ancora shook her head, denying what Avaridia was saying. No way, we might still have a chance. I need to get out of here. Think of your relatives. There's gotta be someone. I have someone and they're precious to me. Yeah, I had someone. Her tone made it clear she didn't want to talk about it. The question was, when did she no longer have that someone? Was it just now? Was it earlier this day? Was it months ago? I guess it's better than doing nothing anyway. Let's go, group. And Cora took the lead, waving the others to come with her. There was still stuff they could try. It was better to die than trying to go out like a flame in the wind. But that noise made her abandon all hope. Quick tech check, cool. She froze in her tracks, just like everyone else. Before anyone had the time to move, an explosion came from within the group. Another one had lost their life. Normally, Ancora would have screamed, but the suddenness of the event left her completely stunned. Fudge nuggets. Can things not go badly for 5 seconds? The blast had also helped in steadying the girl, as she'd been sent down to the ground. It took a few seconds for her to rise back up, looking at what had happened. Tristidia's body was lying on the ground, like a disarticulated marionette. So Avaridia then, taking on the gunman. His head was gone, and from the neck, red spread out. Clear red liquid covered the surface of the floor. It was blood. And his head was gone. The one who held his gun was Luxuria. It appears she took it from him before she stuffed her hands into her hoodie pocket. He was dangerous. And now we have 6 deaths, right? We're 3 left. Avaridia didn't seem to care about the shooting for her doing it. Avaridia didn't seem to care about shooting her for doing it. Yeah, I suppose so. I guess I won't need my insurance anymore now. She hesitated, about to discard the shotgun she had. It's not like it mattered anymore, since all dangers were gone. But in the end, she chose to keep it, dropping it to her side and carrying it with one hand. And now we can? Ancora saw all of this happen, but was too surprised to say anything. Luxuria moved forward, and aimed the revolver against Avaridia's back. Well, accounting for the mystery person, it's definitely 3 now. By the time the woman could register what was really happening, the girl already pulled the trigger again at point-blank range. Pretty much immediately after, Avaridia collapsed, leaving only Ancora and Luxuria on their 2 feet. We're going to die, aren't we? So it doesn't matter if I have my fun. And I'm dead. 2 more shots came out, making Ancora scream in pain this time. 2 bullets were lodged into her leg, making it shudder and shift under her weight until she fell down to a knee. Lux, what are you... Oh, stop calling me Lux already. I'm Nico. That tracks. She is Nico, and she knows. I thought nobody knew themselves. Nico Hope. That's my full... We got a last name too. Didn't get a last name last time. Nico Hope. In the same instant, Ancora's body hit the ground as the pain became unbearable. Well, this is clearly bad. I can't do anything about it though. Nico stepped up to Avaridia's fingers to make her release his shotgun before firing again, this time into her hand, causing her to shriek out in pain. The girl with the revolver kicked the other firearm away. Really sorry, Ava. I truly like you because you're not like everyone else, but I can't have you interrupt like this. It's all about Cora and what she did. Nico, are you the traitor after all then? Or even just a usurper? No, it can't be the usurper because things continue on, as they do in the dead Luxuria route. You're just like all the others, aren't you, Korra? What do you mean? Like everyone else, you're always mistaken. Gee, how much of an idiot do you have to be to not get it yet? The small girl walked forward, finding the discernible uncertainty emanating from Korra rather infuriating. The blonde girl was puzzled over Nico's choice of words. Something didn't add up. It's simple, Korra. I'm not a girl. I'm a boy, idiot. What, you didn't notice it? Just like everyone else. But Ava knows already, though. Korra. I can't move. Watch out. Of course you can't. I shot you right at the spinal cord. Ooh. Your legs are now worthless. Not that it matters, because we're all going to die in 10 minutes anyway. Nico grabbed Korra's helmet and shoved her back onto the ground, causing her to emit a loud groan of pure pain. Then, she felt Nico grab her arm and pull her along the floor. She kicked with her uninjured leg to fend off her aggressor. Another gunshot sliced through the air, and at that very moment, pain crushed Korra's poor head. The bullet had gone straight through her hand, fired by Nico to force Korra to calm down, because that's totally going to calm somebody down. While the blonde stopped her struggling, she didn't stop shouting. Yeah! Help! Ava! I can't do anything. Nico dragged Korra into a side classroom and closed the door. Crud. He must have cracked under the pressure. Everyone mistakes him for a she, huh? I guess that plays into his sin a little. Even though it just means it would be the opposite way, since mainly guys would try to get into his shorts. I suppose, maybe. I haven't tried being shot, so I can't really say. You took me for a girl from the beginning, just cause I look cute. But I thought you had me figured out earlier, when we were walking towards the voting machines. You saw me staring right at you. And that it didn't change anyway. You still treated me this way, even though you look like you knew. Boys can be cute too. He set the useless, empty revolver aside and straddled the girl who wasn't much taller than him. He was all Korra could see anymore. Nico Hope. The word hope etched itself into her memory, scarring her already. Maybe I'll make you pay for the entire 10 minutes we got left. At least Ava, of everyone else, already knows I'm a boy though. Yeah. She had an affair with a student, do you believe that? Oh no. So that's what binds you and Ava together. With me. Uh-huh. She's a pedophile. That's pretty disgusting, huh? But she was the only one who saw me for what I really was, so who was I to judge? Thankfully, she knows how to keep her mouth shut, so I can see for myself if people are shitty. He fooled even me. But it was kind of hard to imagine him otherwise. He did have a feminine voice and appearance. That's actually a terrible thought. He snapped and I can't do anything about it, anything to stop it. Scared? Welcome to the real world, Korra. But I'm generous. You won't actually know what's going on until you die. I just hope you could feel every last bit of this pain I give you, for all the pain I endured. But that pain was for Maveridia, wasn't it? We did nothing. Apart from get his gender wrong. With a loud, reverberating noise, he slammed his fists against the side of Korra's helmet. Within the next moments, everything piling up caught up to her. The pain, the noise, the dizziness. And then something else happened. But Korra didn't catch it too well. There was something like a muffled gunshot. And then there was darkness. Korra. Is this our upload? It means anchor, or figuratively, hope. You're being tortured, Ancora. Yes, by someone I trusted before. By hope. How does it feel to be betrayed? Not so good at all. In fact, it's the worst. If this is a mental upload thing. There's no soft, gentle music, but a disturbing sound of like water or something around me. In fact, it's the worst. That's why you have to end all this. By catching the traitor, you just have to hope you can do it. Hope I can do it. Ancora. Like hope. Hope. Like Nico Hope. Nico Hope. Hope. Anchor. Ancora. Nico Ancora. But Ancora woke up. Cora, you okay? Am I not dead then? Is this not a dead end? A voice is calling to her. Cora breathed hard, breathed fast. She breathed and panted and shuddered, and shifted and pulled herself back to the ground. In the classroom, not too far away, was Nico. He was on the ground too. His head was gone, much like the others before him. It's my fault. I should have seen this coming. Ancora's hand patted herself, looking upon her body, touching to make sure she felt nothing gross. There was nothing. Just a slight lingering heat from Luxuria sitting on her. The torture hadn't happened. What she hoped for was true. Hope. 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 Hope? Hope? Are you okay? You might take a while to get back from it. Unfortunately, we don't have that time. Do we have that time? No. There's no secret purple path that opens up like here. There might be afterwards. No. No time. No killing. Because there should be nobody left. Just me, 2, and 3, so that's 3. And no trust. So trust can't mean trust. Trust is different than trust. Not anyone. This is my fault. It's all my fault. If only I'd done something. If only I'd stopped her. If only I'd stopped her way before this. And Cora, it's okay. You don't have to worry about him. They're dead now. No, not dead. Not now, not dead. Please. Not her. Who are we talking about? And Cora didn't say anything else. She was still under shock that someone would do this to her. It was one thing to participate in this already traumatic experience, but this was something else. It was too personal. By one of the girls she trusted the most too. No, it wasn't a girl. It was a boy. A boy who looked like a girl, who dressed up cute, who had been completely different than she expected. Who snapped to make her pay. Whatever it was, it certainly had worked. Looking at the timer, Ancora despaired. Only 3 minutes remained until her demise. That fact grabbed her to pull her back to reality. 3 minutes. 3 minutes! Do we have to do something? There's nothing to do. All we have to do now is sit tight and wait. Ancora noticed that Viridia wasn't standing up. The older woman was stood on the ground. At first, she planned to do something, but now she saw no reason to. And besides, she was right. There was nothing else to do now. Is that the end of this path then? A bit meta that. This path I've chosen. Just dying with nothing else. There's gotta be something else. After all that trauma. So you really can't. But how did you get in here? Arm over arm. I pulled myself across the ground. While he was dragging you in here, I was trying my best to reach this door. When he closed it, I thought it was over. I can't reach the handle from the ground. I also took the shotgun with me. I'd kill this little piece of shit if it was the last thing I did. If it was the last thing I did. Because I did want to save you. So I used the shotgun to lift myself up to the handle. After a minute or so, I heard him slam your head down, or what I assumed that was. That's when I launched myself onto the handle, twisted open and opened the door. The door flew open under my weight. He noticed me, stood up, and he was about to kick the shotgun away when I blasted him almost point blank. I think I got his helmet since he was beheaded right afterwards. And then I just waited, and you came back to reality a minute ago. Speaking of, time's almost up. Yeah, it almost is. Only 2 minutes remain now, after all that. If there was anything else, now is the time to ask. And Cora decided to go for the obvious. What's your name then? My name? We have that, don't we? Aviridia? Ellie Weber? Oh, I guess. I can say now. It won't matter. Icofilm. Hold on. We didn't get Icofilm out of Ava's upload. Ava Icofilm. Icofilm question mark. A tiny Icofilm. Is this encrypted? Is she lying to me? Tiny. Icofilm. And Cora thought about it, since a tiny Icofilm wasn't the name of any teacher she knew. Something was wrong with that name, but she couldn't put her finger on what. Is that so? That's a really strange name. I'd never heard of the Icofilm family before. Do you want to spend your last minute making fun of my name? Or do you want to give me your name too? Oh, sorry. I guess I can return the favor. My name's Penmill. And Cora Penmill. Penmill. Then dead. Something flashed inside on Cora's head, interrupting her words. Something could set up directives. New directives. Tristidia directives acquired. And that was it. A single sentence flashed through her head. She attributed it to last moment's insanity, while Itine said something she only caught the last part of. Penmill. Penmill. That's your last name, isn't it? I've only ever seen 2 names like that. A short pause followed. The timer hit 6 hours. Then dead for real. And now we're all dead again. Darkness followed. And then there was nothing. And the box remained shut. Splash. Dead end. So let me see, where is Tristidia? Didn't get anything new for my own name. Triss is where? Locked. One of these splits is gonna be him. Oh well. First things first though. First I gotta pee. since it has been an hour and a half. And then we'll find out where exactly Tristidia is, in which route, and then hack it to his brain and see where that takes us. So give me a second, stretch your legs, and back in a sec. Ah, there we go, much better. And quite a lot to think about from this route, huh? Avaridia, pedophile kind of oath, abuse Luxuria, who now we know is Nico Hope boy type. Marco, we now know, has history with Tristidia, teaching him engineering stuff, so maybe Marco is the friend of Ancora, who helped program some stuff maybe. Because Marco keeps coming up. Marco can't be nobody. But unless my notes are mistaken, Ava is simultaneously Ellie Weber and Itene Ecofilm, and Ancora is a pen mill, of which there are two. See, I keep getting answers, and all these answers are giving me more questions. New fall time. So where do we get Tristidia? There he is, there's my key, revealing itself to me. For one final route on the bottom. Lux at least gets to die to get here. And now I am going to want to go back and get Tristidia stuff prepped up. Where's Triss? Blue or blue? I think he's here, right? Yeah. Only one trust is a split. Turn to the others or good luck. Zeros. So that shouldn't matter too much. Gala, Tristidia, so he is purple. Alright, and that'll give 33% to ease a trial. No trust here. Luxuria's dead. Got his first name there, but not the last. Then nothing else really matters. Everything else is fine. So this route, Luxuria dies for the first gate instead of Ira. Ira and Superbia. Oh right, at the Gullah. Oh right, Gullah dies here. Forgot all about that too. So we could get Bia killed, which sends Ira on a rage. But nah, just city time. Gotta get it to your helmet. Didn't get a directive for him, I think. Just had a directive. Alphabetical order. Key. P equals 0. S equal 22. Oh boy. Cyber 7. That, oh god, gives me so much hope for this puzzle. It gives me so much confidence. So this is a basic encryption thing, right? We figure out what is what. Hope I eventually see it. Well, I got hints. What are my hints? Before I do hints. Probably should not write as tiny as I normally do for this. Okay, P equals 0. S equals 22. And with that, it all becomes obvious. The rest are blank. Hint and hint. P is on the first row, but S is on the second. Row and row. Excuse me. What do you think it means by key? Alphabetical. P equals 0. There is no 0, but now there are rows. First row, second row. I was thinking maybe it's a row of numbers with associated letters from 0 to whatever value, and the second row is 20s onwards. But then we have numbers going as high as the 40s, 50s, 70s. Upside down, maybe? Probably not upside down. Oh no. The puzzle doesn't localize well, and sometimes even within North America. P is on first row. S is on the second. And S has 2 2s in it. What is meant by key? We do have single digit and 2-digit numbers, like 1 and 11. is very specific. Okay, time to brute force. Initial offering, blank. If I simply put in numerical order, I'd ignore everything else. Which is not going to be the right answer. I just want to press buttons as I think. Okay, so alphabetical order. Alphabetical order. And S is 22. So 22 equals S. P does not exist. Alphabetical order. If there were two 22s, I would maybe guess that it spells out password, and then decrypt it to figure out what letters go where. But there's only 122, so probably not password. First row and second row. P is on the first row. S is on the second row of my QWERTY keyboard. P is right under 0. S is under 2 and 2 steps away. Maybe that's it. Maybe 1 then is Q, because 1 is directly under Q, and 11 would be A, because 1 is 2 away from A. Because that's the only way to connect P being 0, S being 2, 2, and rows. Rows especially. Alright, let me reframe this. What do we have? 1, 3, 5, 6, 7. Nine, 11, 22, 44, 55, and 77 would give us 1 is Q, Q, E, T, 6 is Y, I think 7 U. 9 would be O. 1 1 is A. 2 2 is S. 4 4 F. 5 5 G. 7 7 J. Then it's just a matter of putting these in order then. Alright, so that gets me up from A to J. Then O, S, T. So 9 afterwards. O, S, T, then U, 7. Wait, no, Q. Q, R, S. Ending in a Y. Got it. I see what I meant by key for keyboard. But the row and P being 0 I really would help with this one. You don't understand. You killed someone just now, and we didn't have any idea of their crime or whatever they had to do with this place. We have to make sure those who die are the right ones. Yeah, that one was pretty tricky. Took almost serendipity in looking down and realizing, hey, wait, there's a P below a 0 on my keyboard right in front of me. Otherwise, might have needed bonus hints 4, 5, and 7. We have to make sure those who die are the right ones. I see. They're talking about the murder. Right at my fingertips. Clever. And who put you in charge exactly? Look, I really don't like being told what to do. I'm gonna do things my way, and if you get in it, you're out too. Is that a threat? What would it change if it was? I can already tell you want to take control of this game. I'm not gonna stand for it, that's for sure. If you think you can lord over me, you can go right to hell. I just want to keep the playing field leveled. And besides, you think this is a game. I already kept the playing field leveled since the bullets are of no consequence anymore, and yes, I think it's very much a game. That media told us we're playing kill me, whatever that is. You didn't level the playing field at all. It just means the only one you could shoot is you, and no one else. Even if you don't have the gun, you already showed you could just take it anyway. And aggravated, Superbia gave him the old talk to the hand gesture. I don't care, so keep your observations to yourself. See you around, or not. Just like that, she left him, walking away with no intention to come back and speak to him again. Tristidia was left alone. At least that's what he believed, until he spied Invidia not too far away. She's a real buttload, isn't she? You heard all of this? Yes. More or less, at least. Enough to give me a good idea of what happened. Invidia rested his back against the nearby metal plates. They weren't next to the voting consoles, but close enough to the stairs that they'd see anyone coming by. If Superbia came back from the consoles, they'd see her for sure. What should we do? I don't like the situation. You and me both. At least it makes our target for the vote all that much easier. You'd think we should vote for her. Yeah. At this point, it's pretty much inevitable. And did you see how Ira acts around her? What do you mean? I didn't notice anything. I thought you were more observant than that. He's acting like a little puppy. While he feigns opposing her, he always does what she wants him to do. It's like he's her slave or something. He's going to vote for whatever she votes, huh? The two remained silent for a few seconds. It could easily turn into a tie, and I don't like that. I need to make sure all 4 of us are on the same page. You go check for Reva. And I'll go check for Cora. Yeah. Maybe you are trying to sway the group your way, like she said. You do not really trust what she's saying, do you? Tristidia's hands balled up in fists. He was growing a little more peeved the longer this conversation was going on. Just keep a level-headed stance on it. As far as I know, anything could happen, so I'm not ignoring any possibility. That's fine. But we still need to make sure others are aware. If we get into a tie, there's no saying what might happen. Maybe you'll pick at random, or maybe you two will die. I don't think we could afford this much death yet. Yeah, I know. Let's split up anyway. I also have some unfinished business in Wing A, so I'll head there. Maybe that's exactly what happens, because nobody is really sus of Tristidia yet. So perhaps you do force a tie, And because he is going to be at 99% trust, the machine will suck up his brain. The two of them split, with Nvidia heading off to the first hallway, while Tristidia went towards the wing proper. It wasn't clear where he was going just yet, but after he turned the corner, it became more apparent he was wandering towards where Ancora had gone to. It's probably safer to cut the connection, so I can be there when Tristidia eventually comes by. It's especially bad, because I haven't seen Avaridia and Ira too. Just like before, the connection to Tristidia's helmet was cut off to bring back Ancora's view of the hallway. However, Ancora's helmet no longer displayed anything this time, as if something happened to knock it offline. Because Ira, I'm pretty sure, knocks her out. If hacking him, he shows up with Avaridia a few seconds or minutes later. There was no sound or any visuals to be heard, or seen respectively. But it should have been showing everything from her helmet's point of view once more. Something's wrong. This can only happen if someone forcibly knocks it offline. That means someone bashed the helmet and caused the resonance effect strongly enough. Why did I not feel any of it? So then, does this mean Avaridia or Ira did something? Then back to reality. Everything melds back together. New route, new short route of Tristidia's death, novel, my death. And then we'll unlock somebody else maybe? Already got everyone here. You're still missing. So you or you. Except where would you lead? Because that just goes left, middle, and right. Cross that bridge when we get there. So I forget precisely how this vote goes. But do have Tristidia at 99. Someone has a gun. Superbia denying having the bullets. It's been long enough since this route that I don't remember if that happens. Someone took bullets from you too. If I had the damn gun, I'd tell you all to vote for someone right now. I don't remember that. Who's got the gun? Who could take it from Cora? And Cora realized the gun was missing from her boot. When did it happen? Hadn't focused before. Ira then. Would explain Ira having the gun, shooting me by the end of his. If Superbia dies then, knocks me out, takes the gun, then Bia feeds him the bullets. Who's got the gun? Who could take it from Cora? When I got to her, she was passed out. Makes you a prime target then. When I got there, someone already knocked her unconscious. Listen to what I'm saying. Could have been you. Ira, laying it on pretty thick. I don't think anyone can prove otherwise, especially not yourself. Avaridia, did you see Ira walk out from someplace before your conversation? What's your alibi, dude? Cora, seen him do it? No. I only caught part of the helmet. I was in the corner, and then a sound surprised me from behind. Then I was whacked. It must have been one of the boys. Hey, that's a little bit early to say, don't you think? The only girl still alive couldn't have done it. And it's definitely not Cora anyway, because the gun is missing, which means someone took it. Okay, so we have to figure out what's going on. The gun is missing. Maybe we do blame Tristidia for taking the gun this time. Because we didn't see Ira walk back to Avaridia from our position. But we did see him walk towards us. So maybe that's it, kill him with a false assumption. The bullets are missing. The person who took all those is not Superbia. Who was it then? And Superbia hasn't mentioned being knocked out, so if anyone took the bullets from her, could have only been Willing. What's everyone's alibi? Does it matter if we're going to vote for Superbia anyway? Yes, because who has the gun and the bullets is the most dangerous person here. I was here the whole time. And need I remind you, someone also clonked- oh, someone did clonk her. Did they? I missed that, skipping through everything. Thinking it was just gonna be a repeat of the last time. Because the last time we went through this, we just talked about being attacked, not that the gun was missing. Think. Neom. I wouldn't lose those fucking bullets like a moron. She huffed aloud, clearly outraged at the fact that she had to admit someone outmaneuvered her. I didn't see anyone pass by me except for Trist. Ira was with me too. Which really just leaves Trist and Vidi. But I didn't see Vidi either. I don't know. That means nobody passed her during the conversation with Ira. But what about before? Right. I was in the other hallway the whole time after I spoke with him. Which means it has to be Trist. What about Ira? Eh? You want to say something about me? I was with Ava. You did come from where Ancora was before at that point. Uh-huh. Oh, I just checked up on her, which we don't remember at all. And he is admitting to having seen me. Why? No real reason. Was it because you were asked to by Bia? Huh? How'd you know about us? I didn't. But you're not that hard to trick. Avaridia is crafty. Oh, fuck. Well, whatever. Yeah, Bia asked me to keep an eye on you. So you took the gun and gave it to her. I fucking told you I don't have the bullets anymore. Listen, it can't be him because it also has to be someone who clonked me too. Do we have a witness to that fact, that you were clonked? He couldn't do it since he was with you. And he didn't leave you up until you all came here, after I got knocked out. Bia is entirely correct. Something didn't add up completely. Eventually, Ancora realized they were missing something vital. Something that proved who it was. Before I was punched unconscious, I heard a small noise. It was a little faint, but subtle like metal moving. Like a badly lubricated hinge. The group only had about 2 minutes left before the timer ran out, but the silence grew over the next 10 seconds or so. Everyone was thinking about what it meant. I think it was a door. If there was a panel in those plates that could be moved, that we missed this whole time. You guys saw the peculiar shape to the metallic plated wall. Maybe it's basically just telling us that one tile can be moved. Then Vidi could have taken the gun and the bullets after that once Triss left. You just keep nailing the deductions today, don't you, Bia? Oh, it was? Wait, what? So it wasn't Vidi who knocked us out? Really? I thought it was being sarcastic, to be honest. The group heard the noise of a gun's safety coming off. The revolver was pointed straight at Superbia. Invidia was holding it. Well, that just means all my guesses are completely wrong. If you don't want to die, you'll tell Ira to vote for Trist, and then you'll vote for Trist too. If you all don't vote for Trist, I'll be emptying this gun's chamber into all of your helmets. What? Why? You'll die too, you know. And Korra couldn't speak for the shock of the reveal. Or maybe it was Ira in the past timeline. And in this one, since Ira obviously knows something about repeating lives and all that, maybe he changed things up this time? And Korra couldn't speak for the shock of the reveal. Was this what betrayal felt like? Completion's sake. Completion? Right, that makes a whole lot of sense. She clicked her tongue. Does Vidi know that we're doing this to complete the flowchart? Only 10 seconds remain. We have no choice anyway. Do as he says or he'll kill you. He's not hesitating or trembling. I don't think this is a bluff. And Korra hesitated. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Then she voted the span of time it took to go from 3 to 2, as did everyone else. Oh, we're still swapped. Cute. So I'm pretty sure he's in the right place. Let me triple check. Yeah, Trist is in the upper left, so he's not swapped. Who's swapped right now? Invidia's in the right place, Ira's in the right place, Bia and I are swapped. Elviridia is in the right place. So it's just us swapped then. Just Bia and I, who aren't in the right positions. Can I vote for error? I can't vote for error. Gonna vote for myself. Not that it matters. The screens above the voting console settled onto Tristidia's symbol. It was clear what was to follow. It was his execution. Every shotgun with the victims released their hold, leaving the participants to witness a macabre outcome. It took only a moment for the gunshot to come. It sounded like it had shot Tristidia's point-blank range, but in reality, there were no bullet holes in the helmet he wore. Time slowed down. Eventually, everything froze. High horse achievement. See, pleasant music this time, not the rolling of waves around me. There you are. It's impolite to talk without introducing yourself first. Very well then. Many know me as Pandora. Unfortunately, I can't introduce myself. I don't really know who I am, you see. You are also dead. That is also possible. A little scary. Being dead doesn't seem that bad, though. You'll say that you are dead for a long time before being born. Something like that. I'd still like to know my name, though. Why? I don't know. I guess it's a human thing to want to label. Having a name gives you some identity. So you wouldn't be yourself if you didn't have a name. Makes sense, doesn't it? A name isn't what you are. It's really just a label. Like any other word, in fact. Did you know some people are named after words? Like Rose? Yeah, like Rose. That name's a word too. Does that make them into the thing they're named after? I see what you mean. My name's not Rose, is it? No. That would be a little strange. Your name is Etienne. Tristidia. Running out of space here. Tristidia. Etienne. That's a little bland. Could it have been more like Marco? Sigma? Sigma's a cool name. Worth noting, he hasn't called himself Marco like everybody else. I'm not the one who gave you that name. I'm just here because you connected to me. Connected? How so? To put it simply, you and I are connected on a spiritual level. Depending on your definition of spiritual at least. Digital spiritual. But either way, trust bounds us together. So we trusted each other. No, not exactly. Time is short though, so I'll skip over that. I wanted to tell you how you were in life too. I'll just have to take your word for it. Indeed, in life you were a wreck. You tortured kids. I should probably keep track of who did what too. So, who was the murderer? Superbia? Superbia, little Annie, was a murderer. Lux, Nico Hope, Ava, we now know, was a pedophile. Ira was an accomplice. I didn't write down Gullas. We've done Gullas. But I didn't write her down. But she was a bomber, right? Terrorist. Who also was the daughter of the principal. So I might want to go back to that and refresh my notes. You were a victim of bullying who only wanted to do what's right. Unfortunately, your obsession with taking control is a little overwhelming. But if you have control, you can make peace. If you eliminate all the bad, it's not so easy, and besides, you'd only be pushing your own agenda. Even if you're doing it in the name of peace, it's really just your idea of peace, isn't it? And we could talk so much about this for days, in the scope of geopolitics. Like, I could speak about this for days, especially with lots of stuff. Ideologies I see. Seeing as I died, that means I failed. Not exactly. Maybe someone else will carry them. That's the fun thing about death. It doesn't matter anymore. You're thinking that is kind of sad, aren't you? Yeah. How'd you know? When you talk, you think. When I talk, I think. When I think. When you talk, when you think. When I talk, when I think. We're still connected. What's going to happen now? You're going to shut down, permanently. And I guess I'm going to carry your memory. Humans don't shut down. So maybe more evidence towards all this being digital uploads. I don't believe in the afterlife, so dust to dust, ashes to ashes. You've surrendered your right to live. I'll now carry your memory. Thanks, I guess. Maybe by shutting down, it's the pods that the fleshy people are in. And now that they've surrendered their right, and I've uploaded their memory, the pod shuts down with all the life support, etc. And Cora stood there, as Fastidia's body was on the ground. The situation was familiar. For some reason, she felt like she already had seen something like this before. It was probably because of Luxuria's death from earlier. Without looking at the others, after the explosion had engulfed Fastidia's head properly, she put distance between herself and the rest of the survivors. Notably, there was good reason to split up, as Nvidia had the gun and could shoot anyone at a moment's notice. He had seemed stable, so far, but now she was not so sure. The best would have been if the gun could have been kept, but at this rate, things will fall apart. Cora, where are you going? A voice called for her, but she didn't answer it. Instead, she walked down to the staircase, leading to the rest of the crossroads in Wing A. Surprisingly, Nvidia didn't call for her to stop or anything. It was as though he did not care if the others left. The group naturally split up even further. and Korra watched from afar as Ira and Superbia remained behind, but Aviridia split from them too. Invidia sat to the staircase after a few seconds. He was looking at his revolver. Aviridia joined Ancora before long. She noticed a girl while walking away from the crossroads and stopped in her tracks. Hold up. This calls for some refinement of my initial guesses. Tristidia was pretty high on my assumptions list for who is going to be the traitor. Because he's alive for most of this, he's alive down here, but he's not alive here and the game's still going. So either the game keeps going with the traitor already dead, or maybe it's not Triss, and it is Invidia after all. Or maybe whose traitor doesn't really matter when we have a usurper walking around. Aviridia joined Ancora before long. She noticed a girl while walking away from the crossroads and stopped in her track. Korra, you okay? And Korra could see Superbia had grabbed something off Tristidia's body. And in retrospect, I see now why Aviridia is the pig. That is a good question, Robbie. Like, I'm no expert in autism, but even for neurotypical people, social cues are very culture and location based. If you were to take me from 2021 and drop me into, say, 1953, I might know the language, but not all the same social cues. It would still have to be learned. And Korra could see Superbia had grabbed something off Tristidia's body. Exactly. Expressions still have to be read, expressions even aren't universal. I guess it's less the inherent knowing of the cues, but the ease or barriers in learning those cues effectively, maybe? It was a key. He'd gotten it from a deduction room before, most likely. Yeah, I just didn't expect him to have the revolver. There's a secret door in the back of that wall of metallic plates, right in here, huh? I'd offer to go see where it leads, but no real point in exploring it while there's danger afloat. Well, Robbie, at the very least, I can say that being frustrated and somebody saying that I can't read your mind is universal. That, at least, is a shared experience. Instead, the Bear Wearer watched the scene unfold, unsure of what Invidia was doing. He opened the revolver and counted the bullets inside, maybe. Whatever it was, he eventually slid the revolver behind the target plate on his chest to keep it safe. Ira and Superbia were content not joining them yet, remaining behind with the voting booth. Instead, Invidia stood up to approach the two girls. Stay back. Don't move closer, traitor. Traitor? Could it be him? What does Aviridia know of it anyway? But it was much more likely Aviridia mentioned him as a traitor to the group, and not as a traitor needing removal. Invidia didn't seem fazed by the words, walking toward them more. Just run. And Korra spoke at a whisper. Aviridia nodded in acknowledgement, and the two of them sprinted away from the crossroads. Instead of going through the dead-end hallway, they ran further into the wing itself. They could open the new section now, but there was a puzzle to solve, and the situation wasn't stable enough for Ancora to do it. It's just a puzzle, we can solve it. Honestly, Robbie, really hard to say. Like, the only reason I know is because you mentioned it before. There's just so much variety in the full kaleidoscope of human variation. With and without the spectrum of autism, and you add on to it like localized social cues and everything else. And sometimes it almost looks like a person-by-person basis. Like some folks is obvious. One of my aunts fosters for a couple of kids who are very like non-verbal and have lots of difficulties adjusting to things. And so it's extremely clear, but lots of people, you really won't know unless you know the person. And they pretty much ID themselves. She cast a glance towards Avaridia. The older woman was holding up to her own youthful athleticism. Never spoke to you verbally, but there is a lot that we put even into textual communications. A lot of how we write and what we write is informed by ourselves, which is why it's really difficult for some people to like pretend to be other people online. You kind of have to train yourself to do it. Because there's little things that add up that kind of out who we are. Oof. Ugh. And Cora stopped running around the intersection, making a step towards Avaridia instead to help her. The older woman had apparently hurt her leg. However, the teacher waved her away. Keep going. He's going to get me anyway. It's my fault for wearing these damn things. But I could defend myself. Go. And Cora felt like the woman was more like a teacher than a friend at this point in time. She was putting her students before herself. She didn't know where she could run to, but if she hid, perhaps Nvidia wouldn't find her. It could very well be, Robbie. This is supposed to be in a school, allegedly. So between the bricks, the lockers, the ceilings, it could be many schools even I've been to. Without taking a look back, and Cora ran away from the scene, heading towards the corner with the staircase. How old is the school? I can't really answer. All I know for sure is that several parts of the school have been blown up. It may or may not be real. It could be fake. Like a physical replica of a school, maybe? Or a digital one, we don't know for sure. Corner with the staircase was where she'd gone to before. If she could just find the panel, that it's possible to get in from behind and save Avaridia anyway. Looking at the wall, she wasn't sure which one she should try. When she was examining the corner, the sound she heard came from the left. She was facing away from the plates at the time, which meant the secret door was somewhere on the right. Looking back at the last column, she saw that the beam did that strange bend. Clearly it was that one. She pushed it and crawled through, almost ripping her sweater dress in the process. She came out of the first hallway momentarily. Ira and Superbia had left the crossroads. That was when Cora's only thought about them. Oh, cool, you can see the door. Since she didn't see either of them when she glanced up the stairs. They might have gone after Nvidia too. This wild goose chase is starting to annoy me. As silently as possible, she crept around the corner to look at the situation into Wing A. Nvidia and Avaridia were together, and there was still no sign of Ira or Superbia. It seemed as though the teacher and the boy were talking together. And Cora stepped forward with the intent to get the jump on Nvidia. He noticed, turning over to look at her. Perhaps 10 meters separated them, and Cora could clear them in a few seconds. Has he got the gun? But she never needed to try, because Nvidia almost immediately took off at a sprint, away from Avaridia and Ancora. The former stood, glancing over to Ancora, before she casually approached her, a far cry from the earlier urgency. It's fine, it's okay. He explained his reasoning. Far from relieved, and Cora also walked forward, towards Avaridia to get some answers. I'd like him to tell me face to face then. Why did he run? I don't know. That's actually worrying. He couldn't have gone far, so he could catch up. She pointed towards the rest of the hallway, and Cora snapped her fingers. Let's get him in a pincer. Go through this hallway, and I'll head through the secret door. Avaridia nodded, agreeing to the plan. Then they split up with Ancora heading back to the first hallway. She noticed Invidia on the other end of the secret door, which she'd left open. There was no time to lose. She closed in on the metallic wall. Who got shot? Only to hear a loud gunshot. Ancora had reflexively recoiled, but she wasn't the one who was shot. Her arms couldn't cover her entire helmet, so when she opened her eyes next, she saw the aftermath of the hole in the wall. Did he shoot Avaridia? Or... The falling explosion made it clear. Invidia had committed suicide. The gun fell to the ground, and his body followed, vanishing into a cloud of dust and smoke. I think this is the first we've confirmed seen Invidia die, isn't it? Because pretty sure he was alive through all of the routes. Up until dying in the most recent one. Because his deaths, when going off the script, are fake anyway. As Ancora watched the aftermath of the suicide, she suddenly found her vision closing in against the metallic wall. What the? Someone shoved her from behind, and then she entered a collision with the wall itself. With a loud bang, Ancora fell to the ground, unconscious, dropping like a rock. Happy, cheerful music. Where exactly is Messenger for us to have happy, cheerful music? Is this just novel before it becomes game over? Could be. Hey, do you know what deja vu is? The voice was familiar. Ancora had heard it a lot in these past hours. She could hear it, but she couldn't see whoever it was attached to. The teacher asked a question, so Ancora answered. No, deja vu is when you experience a moment that feels familiar but hasn't happened. Some people believe it to be precognition, but they're wrong. It's generally believed to be an anomaly in your memories. What does it have to do with now? Ancora was still unable to see. She could talk with Avaridia, but she couldn't see her or her surroundings. When she tried to move, she also could not. Some people believe that deja vu is when you experience a similar moment to one from a previous life, such as if you're in your pond and experience deja vu. It is possible you've seen a pond before when you were an Egyptian. Maybe it was an oasis, or maybe it was one of several ponds you might have passed in daily life. But possibilities. Are people in this loopy simulation experiencing deja vu from other routes? Is that why Invidia acted so hostile this time around too? Receiving information from other loops. We're not the only ones then. Others believe they're instead visions of other possible futures, playing out concurrently to your current one. You know how there's a belief that time is like a tree. Every choice makes a new branch to come out of it. It's like if you had the visions from another branch. Nobody really knows though. And yet despite that, this phenomenon keeps happening a lot. That's what Invidia told me earlier. That he experienced deja vu. One so strong. Excuse me, T-burps. You done, Kenny? One so strong He wanted to move away from it no matter what. Then he committed suicide. What about the revolver? Finally, Ankora's vision came back to her. The helmet took a while to get the cameras back online. I can see again. About time. Avaridia was standing near her. Feeling at a disadvantage, Ankora slowly pulled herself back up to her feet. One of her hands grabbed against the wall for support, even after she was standing anew. Her other hand lashed onto her helmet, since an overwhelming headache was breaking her in two, metaphorically speaking. I don't have it. When I got to him, the gun was already gone. So the Superbia era group, maybe? If Avaridia isn't lying? Now wait. This is generally around the same time that Ira guns us all down. Superbia is still alive, so he's not going to do it from revenge. But might anyway? To end the game on Bia's turn? Terms? Bia or Ira must have gotten hold of it. Ding ding, we have a fucking winner over here. The cheerleader stood at the other end of the hallway, with Ira in tow. She was carrying the gun, which was pointed at the direction of the two other girls. They could slip out through the hole in the back, but due to the firearm's threat, doing that wasn't a good idea. We're the last survivors. Everyone else is dead. Unfortunately, we need 6 deaths, and we've only got 5 so far, so we'll be playing a little game. She cackled as though this really was just a funny game to her. At least 1 bullet was used from that revolver. Let's say we're unlucky, and it's at 1 and not anymore. That means there might be a way to get her to waste 5 shots. Not sure how I'd pull that off, but it's something to keep in mind. You're insane if you think that. Just shoot us and be done with it. Either way, you're as dead as we are, so it really doesn't matter. Hey, don't goad her on. I don't especially want to be shot. I don't think so. See, I want to know what's going on here. We are not the mastermind, that's for sure. We are not the mastermind. It's gotta be either of you, but who, I wonder? Is it the older one, who's a teacher, and whose position would put her in control of the school? She aimed the gun towards the teacher. There wasn't even a shiver coursing through either girls. Or is it the little bitch who's been a constant pain in the ass ever since she woke up? If you'd known this would happen now, Cora, you wouldn't have nagged me so much until now, huh? Eating shit now, are we? I would have done the same anyway because you're insane and despicable, Bia. And besides, the one you're looking for might already be dead. The bunny girl's other hand turned into a fist for a moment. She looked even more aggravated than before. Fine then. No fucking game for either of you. Instead, you're going to out yourselves if you're the mastermind behind all this, and then I'll move on. Or I'll kill the 2 of you. Ira was watching from the sidelines, unsure of what he should do. He remained there like a bodyguard, just in case anything happened. Actually, I have a question, and it might be of vital importance. Is it really fucking important? Yes. It might help us determine who the mastermind is. Superbia was thinking. She was probably wondering the exact thing everyone else was. If Avaridia was the mastermind, why would she ask that? Is she trying to give me away? What is the year of your birth? Eh? It's... She paused, unsure of exactly what she was going to answer. As the seconds passed by, she still failed to provide an answer. After a few moments, she groaned in annoyance. One number comes to mind, but it's impossible. It's 2014. 2014, question mark. What if that's correct? And this takes place, not in our present, but in the future. Because they are people plugged into pods to a digital world far in the future. That's correct. You were born in 2014. The exact date was November 19, 2014. Oh, that's eerie. It's probably not going to come up. We're going to keep all the notes on everyone anyway. In fact, that day is the same for you too. Do you understand? Avaridia was weighing her words. It feels like she's not talking to Superbia anymore. Is she talking to me? You share a birthday. As for the missing directives for NVIDIA, Avaridia, what are you talking about now? How does Avaridia know about the directives? Is could unlock NVIDIA's. They should be engraved now, and the way to the deja vu should open. 6 of us are equal to 2 times 4, ascending. 2 times 4 ascending. That is enigmatic. Superbia gave another groan full of rage, unable to understand what Avaridia was telling her. Is this the message from NVIDIA, the note from NVIDIA? While the teacher was talking, Superbia was taking steps forward, taking advantage of her focus on conveying the message. You're a raving lunatic. I'll kill you. Before the rabbit could shoot her, the pig leapt onto her and tackled her down. She tried to grab the gun, but she couldn't. A stray shot fired near Ira, and he decided to get himself mixed into it. That's 2 bullets gone. Maybe Avaridia had the same idea that I had. As the 3 of them fought over the revolver, and Cora decided to hightail it out of there. Turning around, she stepped through the opening in the plates. She even might get the gun. Let's just hope for that. 4. And Cora suddenly locked up for a moment, shuddering all over. Is that it for us? Instead of running away, she watched in shock. A gunshot rang out again from another position. From her position. And Cora could see it hit Ira, who fell over. The bullet had gotten him with the helmet. Another explosion signaled someone had surrendered the right to live. This time it was him. Thankfully for Ancora and Avaridia. Fucking bitch! Fuck, you're dead. You die, everyone dies. She kicked Avaridia off her, rolling over to stand back up. Her outfit was slightly dusty, but she didn't care. Instead, she let out a blood-curdling scream and executed the teacher with the 4th bullet. Upon witnessing the scene, Ancora regained her composure and hid behind the plates, closing the opening. She waited for her to approach her to go on through, laying out a trap for the rabbit. But wait, what if she comes from the other side? Then isn't it the same as being stuck in a corner? Yet Ancora didn't budge. She waited there, both scared and tense. If Superbia's head poked out of the opening, she could use a plate and... Nothing ever really works out the way one thinks, and this was no exception. Superbia didn't pursue Ancora through the secret door. Instead, she appeared around the corner far ahead. Fudge nuggets! Quick, jump through the hole! But Ancora had closed it up, thinking she could have used it to smash against Superbia's helmet when the rabbit would have come through the entrance. Die, bitch! A shot lodged itself into her leg, causing her to wince and scream. Only 1 more bullet remained. Ancora finally managed to pull the hole open to slide through, and limped forward, walking as fast as she could to try and set an ambush somewhere else. Unfortunately for her, Superbia wasn't limping. She pulled herself through the opening, and aimed for the final shot to spell Ancora's doom. Naturally, she hit her mark. The girl fell down, panting in agony. Life was running out. It's inevitable when things get that chaotic. This body, isn't trained enough to handle fighting like that. At least Superbia is going down too. Since when the timer runs out, it's over for her. Sigh, we're at a dead end again. Again? Yes, again. This isn't the first time, is it? But why? It feels like I lost track of what I had to do. What I had to find. What I had to figure out. Deja vu, is it? The traitor. Right. Who is the traitor? Why do I care so much about the traitor? Is there even a traitor? Or is it a goal meant to make me keep going over and over? Why was this whole operation set up in the first place? I don't remember putting together the room we just gone through. In fact, now that I think about it clearly, I don't remember setting any of the rooms up. They were familiar, but I thought I did it. And now I think I didn't do any of this. I just remember the helmets, and the fact that someone helped me program them. Who was it again? Marco. My money's on Marco. It was a guy, I know that much. Was it Tristidia? Was it Nvidia? It can't be Ira, can it? Now we know. It could be Luxuria. Who was the guy that helped me program all this and set this entire operation up? Maybe it was Luxuria, and maybe that's why Luxuria was in the room with the other Rancora. I think it's Marco. Whoever Marco might be. I'm this close to figuring it out. I just need a little more time, but I'm not so delusional. I know soon there won't be any more time for me. I can't get answers this time around. They're all dead, and soon I will be too. And then she was dead. And the box was still shut. It keeps rubbing that box in my face, that unopened box from the first room, with some key code, and not even the potential to unlock it. New file, the last for row 3. So key, where's my new key at? For NVIDIA's new directive. Autofill the choices. And if you are going to be NVIDIA's helmet, that's NVIDIA here, isn't it? At 66%. No, he's the second. Yeah, that is him. So he's already set up to hit 99 here. So got Ira to 99 to survive through Ira. Who's this route? Order by table, which is Gullah to get through. Then there goes Gullah, which brings us down to you then. Okay, first I want to go back here because I want any other trusts in between. Split choice to come down here, then nothing, then nothing. Want to write down Gullah's name because I forgot to. Hello. I am deceased, but deceased probably is not her name. Duplicitous. Did it give her name, or just her father relation? Gullah destroyed the school. Father was innocent, but nothing about the name yet. Name. Not Marco. Lucille, that's right. Oh, that's why I didn't write it down. That's right, because it's Lucille. Boys Jolie. Which we learned elsewhere. Just didn't associate to her yet. Alright. To the main menu. Forgot all about that puzzle. Then we get to hack NVIDIA. Finally. Bum, bum, bum. How's my trust right now? NVIDIA at 66. Cool, cool. So just gonna be Justitia, Superbia, Aviridia, and the mystery person surviving after this. One who's getting hacked. NVIDIA, give me your brain. Oh, this means we finally get to upload NVIDIA then. Well then who remains? I think this means we'll have seen everyone then, right? Oh, it's more math. 6 equals 2 times 4, then sort ascending. Well, it's math, so give me the hints. All numbers add up to 105 together. 6 together is equal to double the other 4. Alright. Makes sense then. Where's my phone? Because I am going to need a calculator. All numbers add up to 105 together. 6 on this side, other 4. A 6 is equal to twice the other 4. And all the numbers add up to 105 together. Is that to mean all the numbers as they are now, or both sides, equal up to 105? What do I get if I just add everything together? Not 55. Huh. All the numbers do add up to 105 together. Cool trivia. Okay, so 6 is equal to double the other 4. Is equal to. So probably want a couple of high ones here. But maybe not all the high ones. 15 and 8 and 4, not 84. This touchscreen preserves the screen, not the touchscreen, the screen cover. Preserving the screen but making touch inputs more difficult. 4 and 13 gives me 40. So, for a base, if this is 40, other side should be 80. (21 plus 20 plus 5) 65, so close. Who to swap out then to equalize this? 65 and 40 isn't twice of anything. What could I swap around to make it twice of something? 35 and 70 would work. So, I gotta take 5 away from you and pull it over. Five away. Not give 5. Which means not that, that's 4. Unless... if I swap you to about, that's plus 3 for you, and minus 3 for you, giving me 68 and 37. And now I just need you to be 2 less. Yeah. If it all adds up, that should be 70 and 35. And then just sort in order ascending. Oh, but that doesn't work though, because you're 13. And I can't swap that 13 out. Error. But let me see if this works for simply being twice of the other 4. It is 70 on the left. And 35 on the right. And 70 is twice 35. So that's good. I just need to put it in a situation where this is still true, with 13 as the largest number. So 12 maybe? So I currently have it at 70 and 35. If I swap 15 and 12, that's plus 3 minus 3. So 73 and 32. And I can give those 3 back if I swap you 2 about then, huh? And it's still in ascending order. Now it is. Got it. See, that math is alright. Less math, more just making the weights equal. Part of the chair. There we go. Should be noise free now. Are you sure this isn't just a huge waste of time? We've got less than 10 minutes left before the vote, and we still need to kill 2 others among us in order to live. Superbia, Trustidia, and Nvidia were together in the middle of the crossroads. They apparently were discussing about the experiment the horse was conducting. Oh, right. Is this the route where they believe us to be psychics? And they want us to duplicate the remaining me cards. Is it? Or is that further down? I got all the loops, all loopy in my head. No, that was further down, wasn't it? When we play off the psychic abilities with Lux's death and onwards. So this isn't it. I don't think. No. This is Aviridia's idea, and I think it might reasonably work. But you're relying on psychic powers. Oh, it is a psychic powers one. See? Just getting all twisted about. That sounds insane to me. She's not completely wrong. I guess as someone who doesn't know any of this, it sounds completely ludicrous. What do you mean, someone who doesn't know any of this? Are you saying psychic powers are real? You're even loonier than I imagined. Not real, so to say, but more... they can be made manifest. The horseboy crossed his arms, looking rather prideful about his beliefs. If you believe they are real, then they are real. That's stupid. I'm out of here. She walked away from the boys and down the stairs. Invidia shrugged at Tricidia, who returned it in kind. The two boys didn't understand the fuss she was making. It's fine, she doesn't understand. None of them do, really. You don't either, to be fair. Do these two have privileged information, or is it only Invidia? No. And Cora has psychic powers, and we can finally prove it. All of my life has been leading up to this. This is the birth of Espers. Don't you get it? Get that he's watched too much anime. I don't think this has anything to do with psychic powers. The reason why Cora can see things is because her helmet can hack into others. Invidia, you know? And now that this puts you at 99%, you have to die. Maybe this is where we get Invidia's note to unlock the final path. Wait, she's the mastermind behind all this. I could have sworn. No, she's not the mastermind. It's Ava. No. Wait, what? Wait, how do you know that? How do you know all this stuff about Ava anyway? And does that mean we have to kill her? You've got it all wrong. The kill me game isn't about killing the mastermind. It's about... He took a short pause, uncertain of what he was saying. Suddenly, he had a change in attitude. What were we talking about again? What do you mean? About how Ava's a mastermind? Ava isn't the mastermind. What are you talking about? Invidia, what do you have? Are you looping into yourself, leaping into yourself even? Is this what reading Steiner looks like to everyone else around the person? Something strange is going on here. What the heck is this all about? Well, what's the experiment all about then? I thought this had for goal to create Espers to try and save the world. We're not in a video game like the ones you've been playing before. The timer had been advancing. We should call them back. We're almost out of time. Go for it. And Cora has had ample time to see that I didn't move the Mii cards anyway. Unlike what I'd said I'd do. Invidia left Tristidia's side, venturing back into the staircase where he met Superbia again. Hey, go tell Ava and Cora that things are fine now. They can come back. It's time. Do I look like a door-to-door salesman to you? No. You look like a lost little girl who has no idea what's happening. Please. Fine. She flipped the bird, though the motion was softer than usual, as if she was doing it as a joke. Then she walked away, back to the doors leading to the first hallway they'd been into. The frequencies shifted at this moment for Invidia's helmet, causing it to lose connection to Cora's own. It took a little while, but it eventually re-established itself into the girl's view. Then Cora took a few steps outside the classroom, but stopped in her tracks. Are we still going to get the shotgun? Aviridia? She turned to look at Aviridia, who noticed she wasn't walking anymore. What if Ava really is a true mastermind? She does die a lot, but so do we. No, it can't be her though, because we've uploaded her. The older woman had left to the immediate area earlier, remain close by to keep an eye on her. And it should all be the same. Something's really strange, I guess. I don't feel too good about this. Got a bad feeling about this too. Got a bad feeling about this too, yep. You can trust her. If she doesn't have the shotgun, you'll die. But we died every other time she had the shotgun too. Oh, the phone. We're still getting the quiz. I thought the quiz is on... We're still on Mechanism. Okay. Alright, because Mechanism is where we get the questions. Let's make the right... Oh no, I can't change it. That's okay, maybe I remember the answers. Because either way, because we have got NVIDIA, it could go either direction. Maybe it's not a question of the right answers, but more a question of which bowl we see. And now that we didn't see Bia move the cards into the red bowl. In both of these two we did, and came to that conclusion. This time, we heard Tristidia say that he did not move the cards from the bowl, so we should say they're still in the blue bowl, when Bia did move them to the red ones. So maybe they will duplicate this time. Strange metal box in the classroom. A death. The one who died was really named what? Ancora or Pandora? Pandora? Seven deaths instead of the safe option. Not 7 deaths, 7 survivors. I forget the right answers. Pandora hacked the game and Cora hacked the game. Probably doesn't matter too much if the split is more about... Or no, it does matter, because each correct answer, or each correct battery, raises this trust up. So I do want to make sure they're all correct. Who took over the game? Pandora? The 9th Pandora, the secret Pandora, isn't really dead. NVIDIA didn't die, so I don't have the control I think that I do. Mystery Trust at 33%. 24 cards in existence or in possession, 15 remain. Need 39, have 24. Duplicate the me cards. Who's changed a lot? Superbia, who is no longer being as much of a jerk as ever. Fake with pigtails in the very first room. Traitor faked their death, which means they never died because they faked their death. So they're both right, but the game wants fake their death. Why save NVIDIA? Because he has me card, or had. And I think he had the G and I from the trade. Oh, cool. Pass the battery. 99, 99. So who's gonna die this time? Meaning fool. Well, that's cute. Meaning less, making you peg Superbia. Meaning fool. For Nvidia then. Now wait, what do you mean it's Nvidia then? Does it make sense? I guess I have to find out now, because Nvidia couldn't have been the other girl in the Gullah Luxuria room, because Nvidia was with us. It was as if all those thoughts rapid-fired at once, taking only the span of a single moment. And Cora panted in her helmet, registering all that information. Avaridia had stopped her movements to inquire her state. Are you alright, Cora? Yes. Let's keep going. The blonde joined up with everyone else again. She stood before Tristidia, who had a hand on both bowls. She looked at Nvidia, then at Superbia, then back at the bowls. The group seemed surprised and Avaridia came up too. They looked at each other in turns, noticing the teacher had the shotgun and Cora previously had. However, no one commented on that. Tristidia went straight to business, and understandably so. Based on what you've seen, Cora, pick a bowl. Any bowl. And Cora briefly paused. 4 minutes remaining. She made her choice. I'm picking the cyan bowl. The 15 me cards are under that bowl. You said you would switch them, but I saw. You said you didn't switch them in the end. You saw? I don't know how to call it. I just know. You did nothing to the cyan bowl. That's what you said, and I'm choosing to trust your words. Superbia seemed a little agitated, though no one but Ancora noticed. The girl knew that Superbia hated this kind of stupid thing, but for once, the rabbit didn't look annoyed, but bothered. Tristidia's insistence in questioning her was making Ancora grumpy. Not to heat up the situation anymore, he acknowledged her request and lifted the cyan bowl. Underneath were 15 me cards. Item duplication has worked. Heh, I was right. You liar! You thought you'd pull a fast one on me and make fun of me. She spat the words at the horseboy. He shook his head, just as Superbia took center stage to finally reveal what was bothering her so much. Yeah, he lied, and I guess that was part of the plan. But I did touch the me cards and the bowls. They're under the red bowl now. Don't be dumb, they're under the cyan bowl. We just checked. Let's check under the red bowl then, if you're so sure. The wolf offered a solution to quell all disputes in a quick and elegant manner. Tristidia lifted the red bowl, and underneath was a pile of me cards. 15 of them to be precise. While Ancora stood there dumbstruck, in much of the same state as Superbia, Nvidia picked up the me cards and counted them in his hands. Yes, that's 15 me cards. And since we now have those under the other bowl too... Wait, I say! Let me see them. She took the cards from him, and she also threw the bowl away to look at the other ones. She compared them. The two lots of 15 had exactly the same cards. A few of them were used up in both piles, since they'd already served for a vote. But this is... why? How? No time to explain. And besides, I think it would fly over your head. Right now, we have to do the vote. In Ancora's helmet, The timer was counting down. 1 minute to use up all of the Mii cards and put them in the machine. Wait, we just have to put the cards in. Do you know if we fulfill the other conditions for the Kill Mii game too? Well, no, but... There's no time to waste. Go. The group woke up from its collective stupor when everyone realized they had approximately 1 minute of life left. If they did nothing, they would all perish. Quickly, they scrambled to their feet. And the light broke. Each of them grabbed a handful of Mii cards. So well that Superbia ended up without a working Mii card and had to nag NVIDIA about it before they arrived at the consoles. On the way there, and Cora noticed her boot was lighter. We had the gun, didn't we? Did we have the gun in our boot in this timeline? Someone took the gun she had, and she didn't even notice in a hurry. That's definitely not good. If someone took it, that means they still have a personal agenda beyond winning this game. Quick, put the cards in, you morons! Standing in front of the consoles, everyone looked at each other, and upon Superbia's call, they all put the cards in. Then, the timer froze, and 10 minutes began counting down. Okay, phew. 10 minutes of respite. What do we do now? How do we tackle this? Do we even have an idea of what we're going to vote? First, we should determine if the mastermind's dead. I'm a lot more interested in the sleight of hand from earlier. Those Mii cards came out of nowhere, and I'm very confused it actually worked. I'd like to live, so we should vote for someone regardless of who it is. Unless it's you, right? I don't even need to say it, but yes, I'd like to not be the one voted out. What about the mastermind? And the Mii cards? Justidia was already putting the Mii cards that were spent into the bomb, while everyone else was talking. The cacophony, however, continued, and then 2 minutes had already vanished into thin air. They can't understand each other. This is going nowhere, right towards an untimely death. Shut up! Everyone shut up! Everyone did just that. All of them turning their heads to look at Ikora's outburst. 6 minutes. What do we do? Forget the Mii cards, forget the mastermind. Someone has to die right now, the vote is underway. Right. These 10 minutes were bought with someone's life. One of us is a dead man walking, but who? Okay, listen. I know you're going to vote for me, so stop trying to avoid the elephant in the room. I don't especially want to die now that we have a way out. Nobody would, but you're the biggest asshole of the group. Well, actually, Superbia, no. Look who's talking. But I'm not here to plead my case. I wanted to say, Bia, you've improved greatly, and I'm glad that's the case. I don't get what's going on with the Mii cards, so... At least you can explain that, did he? Then I'll accept my fate. Basically goes like this. Morphogenetic field. Every single cyan bowl in the world just sprouted Mii cards out of nowhere. As he began talking, Justidia came nearer to him to make sure he understood that what the wolf was saying clearly. But before he could say anything else, Justidia suddenly grabbed him from behind and locked the barrel of a revolver against his helmet. Unfortunately, I'm not entirely ready to go yet, pardon me, but we're about to get the explanation! So there's going to be a vote now, correct? I know who the mastermind is. It's Bia. What? Do you always just say what when someone says something you don't agree with? No, only when it's fucking dumb. Trist. I have a reason for thinking that, but I can't say it right now. Right now, you can vote for Superbia and kill the mastermind, so we can win. Or I'll kill NVIDIA, who's my second suspect. Or everyone could vote for Justidia, and then they don't gotta be forced into anything. He must have made the same kind of deduction. I had the same suspects in mind. And Cora mulled it over. Superbia watched with slight apprehension. See, the trouble is, they've already had Bia's death. She's not the one at 99% trust. Avaridia still had the shotgun, but Trustidia's stance was unwavering, and it was clear if she made one move to lift it, he would immediately kill Invidia. As for Invidia himself, he remained motionless. For a few seconds, Avaridia motioned around Trustidia, trying to get him from behind, but he wouldn't have any of it. He kept watch the whole time. Eventually, she deposited the shotgun on the ground, as if marking the fact that she was giving up and opposing him. The tense situation didn't resolve itself yet, but all of them were surrounding Trustidia with Avaridia, resisting against the console, while waiting for the verdict of the situation. I need to vote too. Yes, that's fine, but first I want to see all of you vote for Bia. Though what if it's down to Bia or Invidia? What if this is our chance to argue against Invidia instead? Two of you must do so. It would be in poor taste for me to ask Bia to vote for herself, so Cora, Ava, would you two do the honors? Neither Ancora nor Avaridia wanted to sacrifice Superbia now that they had made it this far, but they didn't really have a choice. They moved to their consoles and prepared themselves to off the rabbit. Well, if we don't get to argue for Invidia, maybe the buttons have been switched again. Unfortunately, the camera in the crossroads was malfunctioning, robbing the helmet of its bird's eye view this time around. So you're telling me then that when we saw the CG from above, that was literal? Not just all of us together? Well, that's a little silly. No point in having that then. I guess I'll go back to the normal view. Some of the equipment can break down since it's not the highest quality stuff, which is what probably happened. The view was switched back. Attaching their helmets to the shotguns trapped the two of them there, and they pushed on the button after some hesitation. At first, it looked like they wouldn't, but they ultimately abdicated in favor of Trustidia's demand. After which, he remained true to his word and released Invidia. With their helmets stuck there though, Ancora and Avaridia could do nothing but wait. Now you and Superbia, push your votes. I want everyone to be at their console. He kicked the shotgun away, while waiting for them to move over. His gun was aiming at the others this whole time. If anyone stepped out of line, it was over for one of them, and maybe even for the others too. The timer had already gone past 1 minute remaining. In only a few seconds, it would be all over if they didn't finish entering their votes. Fine then, but I'm not voting for Bia. That's okay. I only need the 3 votes anyway, with Cora and Ava done. You only need your own vote with them, huh? I hope you burn in hell, you fucking pig. It's not me who's a pig. I'm the horse. Whatever. And Cora couldn't see the others vote since she was stuck in front of the shotgun. She figured Superbia and Invidia would vote for Trustidia, however. Finally, Trustidia entered his vote in a hurry with 5 seconds remaining on the clock. The votes registered, and the outcome came. It's no surprise now. I don't even get to push the button. Superbia is going to die. Which isn't exactly something I'm mad about. After all, she was one of my suspects. With Superbia out of the picture, Invidia remains. Is there a way to kill him without triggering anyone's suspicions? He's a traitor, right? He even admitted it himself. It would have been so good if Trustidia had shot him despite all the votes going for Superbia anyway. With some luck, he'll take care of that by himself. The result flashed on the screens. Merogenesis. Google What is the meaning of merogenesis? Don't freeze. The process of segmentation in which similar parts unite and form a complex individual entity for the aggregate of the parts. Oh, that's interesting. Considering all the mental uploads going on. Tristidia's symbol showed across all of them. Tristidia's. You should have looked at what I was doing, instead of holding NVIDIA hostage. I switched to portrait, so you voted for yourself. What? No. The portraits! No time, no time! The murderer has to die at the very least! In a last-ditch effort to attain his primary goal, he immediately shot Superbia's helmet, since his console was in easy range of hers, giving him a clean target. 2 deaths in 1. But we get nothing out of this though. Tristidia and Superbia have already died in the past, so there's nothing to upload. In the same moment, the shotgun fired at him, and, much like the others before, his head was cleanly detached from his body in a rapid explosion. The corpse fell to the ground with a trail of blood coming from the neck. Unfortunately, Superbia collapsed. He got her in the head, so the helmet did its job. After the explosion, the rabbit's body laid motionless in a similar position to Tristidia's. The aftermath of the macabre scene left 3 survivors rather flabbergasted. With 2 bodies, however, the total amount of deaths came up to 6. So, you're still at max trust, you're still at max trust. Only Avaridia remains at 0. While the moment left the 2 others in shock, Avaridia was already on the move. Quick! Put the Mii cards into the machine! With his call back to reality, Ankoa realized she only had 20 seconds before death. Quickly, she grabbed the Mii cards from around the other consoles, and brought them over alongside with Avaridia. The 2 of them put the cards into the contraption. The timer froze when it reached 8 seconds remaining. I think this is it then. I think it's over. Is it? Let me check something quick. We have 2 remaining. So one's gotta be NVIDIA. Everything else is filled out. That's all filled out. This is all filled out. Everything but this. Actually, no. These middle roots too. 3 more middle roots. 4 middle roots, actually. Plus 1 hack we couldn't do. Ooh. That's still 1 hack we couldn't do. I think this is it then. I think it's over. But I'm not even sure if Superbia is a usurper. My other possible guess was... But NVIDIA was nowhere near. He had already left. Where's Vidi? Don't worry about him. He grabbed the keys from the bodies. I think he's gone ahead to open the way out. He's going to need our keys too. And Cora cast a glance back to the dead bodies. She couldn't feel much for Tristidia, but it was clear she was feeling something for Superbia. Annoyance? Perhaps. Sadness? Maybe. Superbia might have usurped the game. She still showed growth. But was she the traitor? It's so annoying. I can't confirm it. And to hell with growth. If it was a double, then she really didn't. Was it even a double? I can't be sure. That's what's annoying. I guess that's all we have left to do now. To head outside. Go ahead. I'll join you shortly. And Cora wasn't sure. She looked over the dead bodies, then to the revolver next to Tristidia, and the shotgun on the ground not too far off from him too. Don't worry. I'm not going to touch it. I have no reason now that we've won. We're the remaining 3 survivors, right? If you say so. The girl decided to give one final show of trust and lead them aside. Before she left, though, she saw the screens on display. They no longer had Justitia on them. Instead, they said, "Error. Multiple trusts detected." Ah, I see. That makes sense now. That's why I'm getting these visions. By getting the trust value high, the connectivity between 2 helmets is enhanced. That means once one deactivates, it's capable of communicating with mine. Problem is, when multiple ones die at once, then it's interference upon interference, and communication can't be established. So the visions I was getting, they were because the information goes directly between the helmets, which would mean that every helmet contains everyone's personalities and memories in them. And that's why I knew all these things about them, and why I could tell them about their own selves. When the connection was established, they became part of my information. That's what people are, right? A bunch of information. Memories, experiences. Everyone is a sum of all those and nothing else. Existence by osmosis. But enough about that. I'm so tired. Let's go now. Or not. Oh, Cora. Before you go, take these. Before the girl could go, Avaridia gave her 2 keys, the L and S key. Make sure you don't lose them on the way there. You'll need all the keys. Thanks. What are you going to do? Honestly, I kind of have to go to the bathroom. After giving her a wave, and Cora was already moving back towards the exit, far too eager to stay in place and wait for Avaridia. Soon, she found the secret door embedded into the wall, and as they had surmised, it was already open. Much like Avaridia had assumed, Invidia had gone further in, following after him, and Cora stepped through the room. It was a small room, unworthy of mention, just a checkpoint to see if the G key had been gained. The door to the elevator opened. Inside was Invidia, pressing on a button to keep them open for Ancora, since he'd heard her walk by. A pit, Lisa? Finally, he stepped into the elevator. That's where Ancora met with Invidia again, who waved her over to the nearby panel to push every key inside and turn them all. Even without Avaridia, we gotta wait for her. Strangely, the panel only took 8 keys, leaving the G key unused. A pit Lisa doesn't take the G key, so it's not a pigtails. A pit Lisa G. Hold on, this calls for anagram server. A pit Lisa with no G. Spa TLI, spatial I, alias pit, alias tip, alas teepee, Ilia past, ale pitas, ales pita, sail pita. A pale sit. A plate is. Atlas PT. Atlas, I pie. Alas, I pit. And so on and so on. Soon after. Oh, it's wobbling. Oh, it's because the elevator's moving. The whole elevator's moving. Okay. While they remained at the elevator, they were joined by Avaridia. Once all 3 of them were inside, they began moving upwards. Where are we going? Outside, I guess. But the exit is on the ground level. And I don't remember an elevator here. That's because this isn't the school you think it is. This is a replica. I figured as much. The question is, how? And how do you two know? How does she know this? Could it be? Is she the traitor? Nothing to do but wait. In maybe a minute, something is going to happen, but first, I want you to think clearly about the keys we found. I want you to think about what they mean. You figured it out? Obviously, just like Midair Avionics, which is also an anagram. You saw that too, right? Vidi planted that there. And Vidi remained, eerily silent, listening to whatever Vidi was saying. About the keys. They have a lot of letters on them. Specifically, there's a key for all the letters L, I, A, S, P, G, I, T, and A. 2 keys come back to multiple times. This is an anagram. What can it be made with the letters L, I, S, P, G, I, T, and A? Is it trying to tell us something? Is that the real purpose of the paper we found way back in the first room? Keys anagram. Okay, so it is Lisa Pitt G. Is it a pigtails? That's right. It is? Really? You can form the words a pigtails with them, but a pigtails doesn't make grammatical sense. You could have pigtails, you could have a pigtail, but a pigtails? And the note said, a fake with pigtails. Did it point towards Superbia? Who else had pigtails here? I mean, Luxuria kind of had poofs coming out of his hair. I guess there was Luxuria too, another good candidate for being a fake. Suddenly, a flashback of something else came through Ancora. As though thinking about Luxuria triggered it, the girl began panting heavily. She held her stomach, and Invidia inquisitively grabbed her shoulders. Something wrong? No. No hope. She held onto the sides of her helmet in panic. She was having a panic attack regarding Luxuria. Real name, Nico Hope. She could remember what she tried to do to her, what he tried to do to her. He was a guy, and he tried to get her. Calm down. Just stop thinking about it. Little by little, she gradually calmed down and her breathing stopped being so laborious. Nico was dead, and there was nothing else he can do to her. Anyway, the keys. The keys. The keys. They're all us. The letters with the keys, they all represent us. P for Pandora, I for Invidia, G for Gullah, T for Distridia, and so on. But there's one that's not part of the group. It's the A key. Yeah, the game kinda glossed over it, and so did I, about what exactly the torture may or may not have entailed. It's vague. All we know it was a torture of some regard. But that was also in a different timeline too. So it never happened to this Ancora. The time that happened, we all died anyway. So maybe it's easier when there is that ontological space between them. Like she remembers that had happened at some point. But it didn't happen. One could say, maybe. The anagram isn't talking about pigtails. It's talking about how A is a fake with pigtails. The rest of them all. But now there were 2 A keys. Just like there's Ancora and Avaridia. What does it mean? Does it mean pigtails is everyone who is real, and the A is a fake, blending in with the pigtails, with everybody else? Which means it could be us, or it could be Avaridia. Suddenly, she knows a surprising amount. But before that question could be answered, Nvidia spoke. Nvidia could also be the fake. If... Well, no, because P for Pandora, and if the person who died in the Luxgullah room was Pandora, then that'd be P. And I is I. But before that question could be answered, Nvidia spoke just as the elevator ceased all movement. Are you done with the little talk? Almost. The door will open shortly now. Follow my lead and you can take off the helmet like this. Alright, let's go then. On your lead. Avaridia reached for her helmet, and Nvidia mimicked her. Hold on. A, fake with pigtails. We have 0 trust with Avaridia, but 99 with the mystery girl. What if that's not Avaridia? What if I have trust with Nvidia and mystery girl, or mystery person, because I got trust with Nvidia and this person in front of us? Avaridia reached for her helmet, and Nvidia mimicked her. And Cora watched in the cramped space as they fiddled with the bit of the jawline, and then they grabbed the sides. It wasn't supposed to come off until we leave this place. What are they doing? Did I make a terrible mistake? Maybe Superbia wasn't a traitor. Maybe I was just overthinking it. Occam's razor. The most likely suspect was Nvidia, since he previously vanished and did all this weird stuff. Was Avaridia the real traitor then? Was I played for a fool? The helmets came off. They do have faces! Finally, I can breathe again. Breathe well again. These things are terrible to wear. Anyway, you like gambling, right, Cora? I don't understand what is happening. It's okay. This door behind us will open at the probability of 288 to 1. Do you feel lucky, Cora? Or should I say, Miss Penmill? Avaridia? How do you know that name? 'Cause Avaridia heard that name in the timeline in which we got attacked by Luxuria. And whose choice was it to make Nvidia cute? How do you know my last name? I know everything about you, Miss Penmill. And as for you, Avaridia pointed at her. More specifically, she did so with the helmet itself, grabbing under the jawline, before pulling onto the thing's side. It's time for you to surrender your right to live. I did have the idea, way early on, that maybe Ancora the person is separate from Ancora the helmet, but that didn't really make sense because Ancora's movements and thoughts seemed to mesh. But what if it turns out that no, that the helmet isn't Ancora after all? I'll see you later. That one is meant for me. A separate me. The helmet is separate. And then, it was dark again. But as the helmet was removed from Ancora's head, a certain set of directives was triggered to be made manifest. It won't help me now, though. Now I know the directives, but I don't know for which helmet they are. Is that why we have middle option, middle option, middle options? Directives to bull rush through to see which one they fit through? Middle option? Maybe. Everything is mixed, or a melange as it were. If only I knew for which helmet they were for. But maybe you know that. Maybe you can help. If you can, you know where to go. And not the end. And not a death either. Oh, that's cool. Oh, hello. Hello, hello, hello. And then you go down to there, to that being locked. So, I could assume maybe that they did end up in a happy timeline. They did work their way towards the exit. But now there's so much else to do. A split that goes here. No, you go up. You go up to there. You're locked in. And then things happen, things happen, things happen. The arrow's pointing upwards. Maybe to the split to unlock in here to go on through. And then back down in. In. And then are you for this split? Or for this split? Everything is all jumbled now. And back on in. To there, get more information. Back on through. And how does this bypass entire... Maybe that's it. I'm locked out from here because I took the helmet off. But if I go on through, we could skip ahead. Maybe that's what it's saying. But then there's this as well. And we still didn't get... We got NVIDIA 1099, but couldn't kill him. View file. So it kind of seems like I want to start way at the start, and then something splits. But there's also the key here. Which choice is this? On Trust 3. Superbia, Aviridia, or Gulla's helmet. Order by table, that's Gulla. It's all relative. I'm pretty sure that was Aviridia's. Oh, I am tempted to do the top route first, because we have a key here. That key is guaranteed. But, oh, this is all filled in. Gulla's helmet. Aviridia's helmet. So, to get to here then. To get to here, I'm going to want to autofill choices to this point. And then we're going to get... What are we on? We got 99 for Era to get to the Era gate. Is it possible to get Superbia to 66 by this point? Because we want to hack it to Superbia apparently. Maybe this isn't to get Superbia 299. Because, let's see. Well, somehow this is what we got, and this key is only just now manifesting. But let me see, been 3.5 hours. So, gonna stretch my legs again. Refill some cups. Highly recommend that anyone whose legs do need stretching, or hydration need hydrating, do the same. And then we'll see how to plan this out. Because we got all this to do. All this to do. So it's definitely not over yet. So, BRB. Right then, first things first. First, we have to see if it is possible to max out Bia here, and if I even should. Might change things down here. I don't know. Trust, trust, trust. Anagram or something else. Gets Aviridia up and nothing else. G gets Trustidia up, not Trustidia, Nvidia up some. Set out with Luxuria, or press for details. Only changes Gula and Luxuria, because Luxuria dies here, if I remember correctly. Isn't changing all this though, strangely enough. Trust 2 and 2. Trust 2 have to go with Luxuria side. Agree with the rest. Still not locking anything out. No trust in you. Every other trust is minor. Era's helmet and Era need to get to the Era gate. So that locks out. So it doesn't seem like I can get Superbia any high after all. Though this does still give Luxuria 66. For details, no details. Though that puts her at 99. Even without hacking her. So maybe that is what I want. And then just go on through, hack her helmet again. Now that I can. Because I'm pretty sure we hacked her down here wherever she was. Blomp. Did Gulla's, did Aviridia's. Gave the key away, find a nice spot to hide. You know, we never did get... What was that? Mid-air avionics. And mid-air avionics, Aviridia just said, was 1, an anagram, and 2, left there by Nvidia. So maybe mid-air avionics is the note. Bad news, Nvidia dead, except he's not. Womp. So, Superbia, what's your second one? Sort V to C. Totals first. V to C. V, then C. Don't sort V to C, but all C, then all V. Okay, maybe that means soft ones, then angular ones. In which case, soft, soft. Are you angular or soft? Because you got angles, but you also got that soft bit there. Consonants, then vowels. Maybe. Which makes more sense than soft shaped ones and sharp shaped ones. Easy, Bia. You call that mental security? Hold on, sneeze coming on. Except now doesn't want to. Ugh. I can't believe I went along with this stupid idea. Superbia was alone. The loudmouth girl was wandering the hallway inside Wing A. All the rooms she tried to look into were either completely locked up, or they were old rooms they explored before. It's the last time I do something for Viddy, especially if he's fucking dead now too. I already have a me card, and Cora can find hers on her own. She probably had more luck in her source than me too. She paused for a moment. Maybe that's a bit harsh. I guess we do need to find all of them. But this is totally boring though. There's nothing in these rooms at all. What's the point of checking this wing again? You fucking moron, going up and dying on me like that without explaining a single thing? Wait. Did he send me here so we'd have free reign to try and escape? Where was the fucking exit anyway? Ugh. She kicked one of the doors in annoyance. In one of her hands was a piece of paper. A piece of paper. She unfolded it to read it over again. And what do you even mean I'm lying to us? I'm lying to us. You're lying? And who's us? This is so dumb. I'm lying to us. What is this note from NVIDIA all about? Growing too irritated to contain herself, she tore the paper to bits and threw it in the trash. A few seconds later, she ran into Avaridia and Luxuria, who just so happened to come into Wing A. Oh hey. At first, Superbia tried to act like she didn't see them, but it became more and more impossible as the two of them closed the distance. Have you found anything so far? Superbia's growing frustrated. Again. No, I didn't find anything. But at least with Viddy gone, we've got all the time in the world. I guess, but there's no point rejoicing about it. What's the big deal anyway? Look, I want to be nice or whatever, but it's not like a predicament hasn't been weighing down my mind. We're still going to die if we don't vote in the next hour or so. And honestly, the earlier we vote, the better. You really want to be nice, or are you just saying that like that? I just wanted to not be mean for those who are gone. What do they care anyway? They're gone. It's not like they're going to walk up to me and slap me. No, but I can do that. And as a teacher, as a student, no one gives a shit. In here, you're the same as everyone else. That means they're expendable, according to Pandora. Expendable? Oh, you guys remember, yeah? Pandora's our leader. Or leader, I should say. Never seen her face. Still gave me directives. Hate that, hate it so much. Hate being told what to do. I'm my own girl. You're your own bitch, yes. None of this is any useful. What were you doing before anyway? Looking around here for a me card? Yeah. Viddy told you before he croaked? He did. How awfully nice of you. But I don't think we're going to find anything here. This is a waste. Luxuria had remained quiet for a while. She made a sign for Superbia. Clearly, she wanted to talk without Avaridia around. Most likely related to the team. We should split back up. Good idea for once. We can cover more ground that way. I'll see you two later. The teacher wandered off, leaving the two girls alone. Bia? Next round, vote for me. What? What's the point of that? Why are you... It'll buy you guys more time. It's okay, I'll be fine. I found a way to not get shot so I won't die at all. No, you won't be fine. And you are going to die. But you know, thinking about it, it's not like I care all that much. Thanks, I guess. I'll go along. At least it means it's not me who's next. She shrugged and split up from Luxuria before the girl changed her mind. As she walked away, it became clear she was coming towards the corner and Cor was hiding within. The key was still in the lock. If she didn't act quickly, Superbia was going to figure out the door could be opened, and things could spiral out of control. But if she's in cahoots with Nvidia, probably already knows anyway. The simplest solution was to just cut the feed for the time being. And what forsaken route are we on now then? Towards a terminal dead end. Hey, Crab Boy. Which means that route is set to die anyway. But could make her way to the puzzle. Autofill choices. Hacking to Aviridia. Ending up on you. Aviridia dies. Luxurious deception, more bodies pile up. Directives, I'm lying to us. Oh crap, will you miss so much? In one of the routes, we got to the exit. I'm lying to us. I'm lying to us. Guilty son is another anagram. The directive. The directive. Well, another anagram. The directive. Was it not this puzzle? Because there was another for the note. I thought it was this. I'm lying to us. The directive. Maybe it means the directive that got me into Superbia's helmet to get I'm lying to us. And the riddle for that one was C to V. Which it probably isn't, but going with the easy one that I know anyway. I'm lying to us. Another anagram. Oh. Wait, no. There's no M. Because I do have lying. Oh wait, I was overthinking this. This is back to the earlier puzzles that were very literal. I'm lying to us. I mean, it's a puzzle. I am lying to us, ergo put lying to us. Kind of like, was it the first couple of puzzle doors were like that? Or at least the first one was? By miracle, I could see. By miracle, I was there. I latched onto the first compatible helmet there was. I don't know whose this is. With the original broken, there was no longer a need to hack into any other helmet. In fact, there was no longer a way to do so at all. I was stuck in this one. This is a little bit of a mess. I'm in Nvidia's helmet. Nvidia's helmet? We finally get to hack into you? Isn't he supposed to be dead? And I failed too, I see. I can tell this body is the real deal. He was looking towards Ancora's headless corpse. I can tell he was very sad about that fact. As for me, I was having issues of my own sadness over it. Namely, I didn't feel anything. I wonder where the others are. I wonder that too. Right now, I'm not in a position where I can go spy on them. For once, I feel powerless, and it is not fun. Granted, none of this has been fun. Me, locate subjects T2 and G2. Hello, you have access to me. Here they are. As Citizen Vidya spoke those words, me appeared on the screen of his vision. A map was presented with the dots of the subjects highlighted onto it. So what if it is Ava and Nvidia together, one as traitor, the other as usurper? They were on their way to the newer rooms. I guess they solved the puzzle. People are able to solve puzzle doors without me? I'll see me later. Me disappeared from his vision, and he cast one glance towards Aviridia's body as well. There was a slight sense of sorrow, but also determination coming from him. Then he moved away, back down the stairs. I'm not quite sure what is happening here, and why Nvidia can summon me like that. I suppose he's the traitor then. I guess this is the most perfect way to confirm it. There's some kind of irony here in the fact that the helmet, I'm in his helmet of all things. On the way to the duo, Nvidia did not encounter anything strange. Upon meeting with the others, he happened to arrive in the middle of a rather heated exchange. Gila and Triss is still alive. I forget who's alive at this point, and I can't access Trust to see, because technically hacking. You are quite the madman. We require no fewer than 3 gatherings of individuals in order to unearth our leftover keys to freedom. We can solve the last rooms on our own, since we have the times now. The time? The time! It is yet limited, you insensitive and duplicitous buffoon. At the 6th, we shall duly perish. In your ignorance, you've signed our death warrants. What is going on here? The two of them interrupted their exchange to quizzically look at Nvidia. It was as if they didn't recognize him, or perhaps didn't trust the fact that he was really there. After all, he should have died already. Yes, I know, I'm back and things don't look too great. I still have my me card, and I got another one for the room I explored. It was the exit. The exit? Can we just leave then? No, it's locked. We need those keys. He pulled out his eye key to show the others. And we also need to do a few other things, but I saw the bodies on the way here. I guess we took care of that. Yeah, but now I'm feeling like we should have just waited a little. Of course we should have just waited a little. We're 2, now 3 to explore these leftover rooms. So is it just us 3 then? I am still in control of my temper, but it is running at a modicum of its usual threshold. All the more reason to not eternalize here. What's the time looking like? It's 5 past the hour. Ah, so it's 5 past the hour. Thanks, me. No problems, huh? So what if it's 5 past the hour? Then we should hurry. We have 3 rooms to solve, remember? That means we need to spend less than 20 minutes on all of them. That is correct. I propose to take the immediate door on the right first. The 3 of them forgot their previous anguish in favor of remaining alive together. They didn't know that, so they could all join together then, huh? Oh, right. They have 39 minutes to solve each room, and they cannot put 4 or more people in the room, but nothing says that 3 people cannot do all the rooms together. Huh, didn't consider that. The 3 of them forgot their previous anguish in favor of remaining alive together. Despite that, Tristidia seemed to still have a problem with NVIDIA, but he dared not bring it up yet. They moved swiftly to the set of doors, and then through the hallway. Inside the suggested first door on the right, they found a reactor. I remember this room. Huh. Yeah, I remember this room. It was one of the weird rooms that weren't like I remembered them. But I'd never been here. Good. We'll need all the help we can get. NVIDIA spoke, after the two others had already left to explore the room. The more he spoke, the more I had the feeling he was talking to me sometimes. But that's impossible. At 39 seconds, the door locked. Me bypassed this introduction. Me did not appear to give them the question. Tristidia and Gullah panicked a little, figuring out something was wrong with Me's absence. What's our question? What do we do? What do we need to answer? I don't think we'll need that. We already have help. This will be solved in 5 minutes flat. Whatever could you mean? Me? Solve this room. I'm not sure what this amounts to, but anyway. To solve this room, I remember, we have to activate the reactor. First, we search the boxes, find the cog, and put it in the main reactor. There'll be a key too, which we could use to access the second room. Inside, there will be a tube. Oh my goodness, NVIDIA is totally just taking charge of this whole thing. Taking advantage of my reading Steiner. Carry it back and connect it between the reactor and the cylinder with acid. Inside the second room will be a wall with machinery too. Shove the second coin. Shove the second. A coin will come out. Take it over here to screw the panel shut as a connected piece from the cylinder inside. Climb the cable and enter 1170 in the keypad. Attach the cable to the fixed panel, and the answer will come on the screen of the reactor. NVIDIA relayed those thoughts to the others, who ramped up their efforts. Gullah took the key and left the room, while Tristidia put the cog inside after removing the grating. Gullah connected the tube as instructed, and the piece of electronics was siphoned out. With that done, she and Tristidia focused on fixing the panel. Meanwhile, NVIDIA climbed the cable before any of the others could do so, and reached the panel up there to enter the code onto the keypad. Finally, the group connected the cable and fixed the panel together to make the writing on the side of the reactor change. Another small panel opened up too, revealing some items inside. NVIDIA took the key, and they gave the Me card to Gullah. Only a singular Me card? Yeah, I guess so. So I have two thoughts now. One, NVIDIA is totally the usurper. I don't know about Trader, but he's definitely usurped the game from me. And maybe he's Marco. Maybe he has all this privileged access, because he's the one who helped design the game. And we don't have his name yet. Anyway, let me out. Our true enemy is time. But the reactor still says stable. NVIDIA grabbed the bowls from the compartment as the door unlocked. No more than 5 minutes after they came in, they were already out again. This room hadn't posed any problem or scare whatsoever. NVIDIA, I think you're the mastermind. Possibly. Oh, the question is, Crabboy, if he's Marco, then who is Etoile? If you kill me now, you're not going to leave alive. What are my chances of leaving this place alive anyway? That's up to you. So you're the mastermind behind her abduction. I never confirmed that. I'd like to keep you on your toes, but we have more rooms to solve, and very little time. So let's get going. He left the room first, heading over to the second door, the one right across the hallway. He turned the door's knob, only to realize it was locked. We have a problem. It's locked, so maybe the same group cannot go through all the rooms. Can't you unlock it with your mastermind abilities? I told you, I didn't confirm anything about that. No, I can't open this. I'm not Superman, you know, or even Lex. He pushed the bowls aside to the ground, leaving them in the hallway. The others didn't seem to mind, since none of them even knew what the bowls would be used for. Which course of action is proper? I guess we should head to the third of this set of rooms. How do you know there are 3 rooms? Because there are always 3 rooms, Justridia. Do keep up. It's been like that from the start. That is not privileged information. That's just paying attention. Everything here is some multiple of 3. The group set off again, together, towards the southern room. They passed around the corner and made their way to the final door. They opened it and entered, only to find a closet, a giant mess. We haven't been here. This is new to me then. This must be some storage closet. Look at all the stuff around here. There's even an aquarium. Should we surrender our right to live here? Should we surrender our right to live here? We shall spend our slumber with the Ichthyofauna. You could just say fish gullah, come on. Even though it actually was empty of fishes, it was still full of liquid. The closer they watered to it, the denser the air seemed to be. Isn't your skin itchy? A little, I suppose. That's not water. That's acid. The itching is because it's tugging at our skin and the ambient air. Before the horror of the situation could settle, the door locked. 39 seconds had passed, so me appeared, this time giving them the question uninterrupted. I see you made your way to this room. That means you're very close to the end. Good. I will not keep you for long. The acid will slowly eat at you. I suspect in perhaps 20 minutes at most, you'll stop being functional. That means you must leave as soon as possible, through the second door. No worries. Once this room is solved, you won't need to come back here. The next room also leads back outside for your convenience. Your question for it is, who are the 2 characters in this test? The 2 characters in this test is a very open-ended question. There's a very important test taking place here. The question is for you to figure out who the 2 characters involved in this test are. There's also a proper order to the answer, which you must find too. Please hurry. Your time is limited, and if you die, you'll surrender your right to live with the Ichthyofauna. I'll see you later. The timer had already begun counting. The 3 of them were in this small room with 2 minutes on the clock already elapsed. Quick then. We have to get you to the room fast. NVIDIA, what do we do? Me solve this room. Sorry, Cap. I can't do that. I have no idea what's in this room. Quickly checking the flow. I don't think there's even any space in the usual flowchart to have gotten this room in the first place. It's wholly brand new. So unless there's some mystery things down here that might have the answer, they're stuck on their own. NVIDIA remains silent. That's right. I've never seen it before. So you're on your own. Please enjoy this complimentary disintegration, courtesy of the house. Okay, fine. I'll stick with you, but I'm only going to speak my mind when I have an idea. I guess it doesn't work for all rooms. We're on our own. Search now. The 3 spread around this mess as best as they could, all of them searching through the piles of things furnishing the entire place. Deduction. Oh, I get to play as NVIDIA now, but without the trust meter. Cool. Pile, door, and the acid. Let's talk to people, be friendly. With every passing moment, the fewer seconds remain in our existence. I can't find anything here. It's a giant mess. Plush toys, books, computer parts, boxes. It never ends. How could a place be this messy? Yes, this is a little bit of a problem. Let us not waste any modicum of time. Try looking for a key or something like that. No matter how much they searched, it was in vain. They didn't find anything resembling a key. Their range of vision was too small. They could spend another half hour searching through this mess and still find nothing. There's gotta be a faster way. Maybe if we sort by shape, size, material. Maybe by size. All the big stuff on this side, all the smaller stuff there, and hopefully something filters through. Removing objects of considerable great size first may indeed uncover dwarfish ones. Using Gala's guide to store the large objects, the trio secured the aquarium after a short while. One object fell into it, splashing some acid, but nobody was thankfully hit. Smells like burnt plastic now. I can't wait to get out of here. My olfactory senses are not disturbed. Are you certain? Doesn't matter. Do you see anything special? I can see some things, yes. There are 3 keys. No, wait, they're just pieces of paper. Can't use those as keys. Why would there be paper keys? Do I look like I know the answer to that one? One of them has a letter I on it, and is kind of shaped like one of our ornate keys. The others have G and P on them. Pig. So, Pig is on trial in this experiment. Unless it's pigtails. Is it going to be pigtails again? That makes P-I-G. I-G-P. That makes pig. Any others? The group searched for more. They found a few, including a torn one. That one's unreadable. What do the others spell out? The letters L, S, T, A, and I are transcribed on them. Last, perhaps? No, the I would be missing. Then tails? Pigtails? Is that it then? Pigtails. But what does that give us? Please retain your grip on your equestrian companion, and wait for a singular second. This quarter contains a box I may open. She pointed at where she had been prior. Could be Crabboy. Superbia does wear pigtails. Though Luxuria also might technically have pigtails coming out of his helmet. There indeed was a box. A large metallic box reminiscent of one of the ones of the very first classroom. A small panel housing numbers upon the side allows to enter a code. What shall it be? We require rapid escape. Our time is diminishing greatly. Already, quite a few minutes had passed. Nvidia coughed a little, as though the acid was getting to him a little quicker than the others. Ugh. Entering the letters as numbers. Though, if this game is anything to go by, if this is important for the start of the game, it'll probably input automatically. That's 16. 9, 7, 2, 0, 1, 9, 1, 2, 1, 9. Too long. Ugh. There's pig in that, correct? Yeah, there's... What do we do with it, do you think? It just seems odd to me. What should they do with pigtails? Add pig to pigtails? Keep only pig from pigtails? Subtract pig from pigtails? Now I can only guess. This is probably going to be part of the trust things, maybe? I can't access the trust to see. To give them all right answers? Add pigs to pigtails gives pigtail pigs. Only pigs or only tails? Tails, pigtails, isn't an option, sadly. Well, I know PIG was separate from the rest. That might be important. It's either keep pig or keep tails. But if the question is, who is being experimented on or whatever, who's being tested? Nobody's just tails. Unless it's a snake who's all tail. Pig. Pig, perhaps? Maybe Avaridia is one being tested? Pig only is 1697 as a code. 1697. Negative. Ugh, it is too short. Or simply the wrong answer altogether. Pigtails, a woohoo. See, me, I was all more for pigtail spin. Bum 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 ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum. Seems as formatted like a date. Just having the year is not enough. In that case, maybe we subtract pig. Maybe we do add pig then. Because if it is like a date, then you need the date, the month, and the year, right? Tails might be long enough if it's just tails. If we subtract pig from pigtails, we get only tails. I wonder if that would work. Keep just tails? That's 2019, 12, 19. Okay, where is it? 2019, 12, 19. If you remove pig, it fits. It's the answer. Cool. After entering the code in the box's lock, it came open. The slide slid to reveal nothing. Inside the box was nothing. This was a colossal waste of time. God damn it! Very eloquent. Hey, it's not like you to swear. Can't blame you though. Who the hell made this puzzle? It's hardly even a puzzle. What if you didn't put the anagram correctly? You are correct. Perhaps I should hold back. Ugh. Anything inside at all? It seems not. But wait. There are a few markings. They say scream for help. Scream for help? Help! When Trustidia screamed for help as the box had demanded, the nearby door unlocked of its own. The group did not wait much longer. All three of them lunged at the door, so well that it remained shut, unable to open for limited space. Guys, stop, we have to make some space. Invidia and Gullah threw a bunch of things away, and then the door was able to come open. With a strong pull, the three opened the way in and lunged inside, falling down onto the ground in a heap of bodies. The door closed behind them. A lovely soft bed, and no Superbia to enjoy it. Is that a chase lounge? In the left corner, which is kind of like a couch, and no Avaridia to enjoy it. Trustidia was the first to stand up. He felt the nearby wall and pushed onto the light switch to illuminate the second room of this duo. This place. Gullah, do you recognize it? It was a splendid manor. Or at least it looked like a splendid manor's bedroom. But some elements in it were a little off. The door in the bottom corner clearly led outside, and the ornate feeling of the room clashed heavily with it. Let's search this place too, then escape before we run out of time. What do we have? Everything. Paintings? Come in pairs mostly. Chandelier? It's too high. Nobody here is going to mess with it. Not to mention, it looks like it cost a fortune. Whoever had this room, they got a lot of money somehow, somewhere. Still too high. Considering I didn't move at all from the spot since the last time I took a look at it, that's no surprise. Is it different now? Still too high. What if I talk to everyone? Well, I could talk individually. so probably am meant to more search around for this one. Justinian was messing with the portrait when Nvidia came up to him. Don't break it. This kind of portrait is worth a fortune. This portrait's worth can go to hell when we're going to die if we don't make it out of here. A small piece of paper fell from it, which he snatched on the fly. Opening it, he read its contents. It's written 2124, which would be a year. 2124. Running out of space. Where to shove this? 2124. Separately, as are written here. 2124? No, it can't be a year. That's way in the future. Or is it, considering somebody has a birthday in 2014? And unless these guys are all children, 2024 then should be in the past. The numbers are a set of 2 letters. It's U and X. U and X. Oh, that makes sense. It's actually just the letters U and X. And this is a solo portrait, unlike the rest. Does this help? I'm not sure. But maybe the fact that the paper also had a square on it might. A square on it. Drawing in a little quadrilateral. Any other presents? U and R. They're a common way of saying you are, but otherwise I have no idea. Guess I'll just leave most of this room solving to the others. I'm honestly tired. You can't be tired. Yes, I can. And I am tired right now. Proof I just realized it's not U and R, but U and X. Any more sass? No more sass. If I tug at the portrait like this, one of them could move. The lower one slowly slid along the wall, rotating around its central axis until a piece of folded paper fell from it. This has something like a bunch of numbers. 2112. Which means, by putting them together, it's 2112. Or 33? Feels like I'm missing something. They're not numbers, they're positions on the alphabet, you dolt. This makes U and L. But I have no idea how they work together. UX, UL, Luxuria. One person being tested as Luxuria. Oh yeah, that makes a lot more sense. There's also a triangle next to them. The piece of paper was added to the rest of their meager findings. No more presents? I like this painting. Which one? The one below or above? Yes. That's not an answer and you know it. I think he just likes both, that's all. As for me, the upper one gives me the chills and the lower one. I do not like this painting, Viddy. The landscape smug aura mocks me. Next set. I don't think we can do anything with the portraits until we find all 3 keys. Well, I don't know that. This portrait is loose. After a little bit of fiddling, Nvidia managed to detach a quarter from the wall. Pray accept my assistance. Together, the wolf and the cow both managed to take the portrait down, revealing an indented area behind it, occupied by a safe, with a moon, a very familiar moon. This means we only need to piece together some kind of code. You say that as if the operation was already, as they say, in the bag. Yet have no idea what the code may include. Interestingly enough, there are no numbers on the safe. However, there are letters, all 26 of them to be precise. I'm not sure what to make of this yet. This combination does not work like one you may expect. One can lightly press upon the dial to implant their selection, rather than stopping and reversing. And that means the combination might just be longer than 3 letters. Additionally, there's a small engraver that says T plus 21, S plus 21, H plus 321. and I'm at a loss as to what this could possibly mean. Triangle, square, and hexagon. Triangle, 21. Square, 21. Ooh. The next one better be a W. I'm at a loss as to what this could possibly mean. Perhaps I have to find something that's related to the safe or whatever was found. I think we'll have to figure that out. Now, could we? Nothing with the portrait yet? It's lit, fam. Who even says that? I don't think there's a way to turn this light. Even if there was a way, I doubt it would be in any way helpful. And if there was anything fluorescent, we'd just be erasing it by doing that. Thankfully, there's none of that anyway. How do me know that? This room is new to me. Those curtains are rather plain compared to the rest of this room. I wasn't able to locate anything worthwhile either behind or onto these elegant stripes of cloth. Elegant? I just said they were plain. Be that as it may, even plainness can carry with it an air of elegance. Even an impure-looking girl can spout nonsense drivel, yes. I haven't seen any location with these curtains before. I feel like, if we had a different group of composition, someone among us might have, though. I'm willing to bet this room relates to someone or another. Same person with the previous room, most likely. But it doesn't mean anything regarding our answer. So maybe it is somebody's bedroom, for the front end, and when guests aren't around and they just trash the place. Chase lounge? This chair looks very strange. That is because it is not a chair. This clearly constitutes a sled. A sled, Gullah. How could you see this as a sled? There's a place to hang on to, sure. But you'd be bent over this thing the whole time, and the bottom has beams across, which would get in the way of obstacles. Mayhaps it's neither a seat nor a sled in that case. By process of elimination, I can conclude it to be a bed. There's a real bed over there. This is clearly just some kind of a seat, with nothing in it. Let's just not examine this any longer than necessary. It's just a seat, and it has nothing of importance to it beyond providing a nice comfortable spot to sit on, which is useless for me because I can't sit at all. More sass? No more sass. Drawers? This is the left table. I would assume, given the presence of two surfaces associated to the side of the sleeping aid, this is an enclosed space for two patrons. It would include to say bed instead of sleeping aid. Perhaps the drawer sequestrated a brass key. While talking, she had opened it. Looking inside, Nvidia confirmed it before taking it out. I think we're done here. Unless we need to take a drawer with us. After all, there's something written inside of this drawer. On the bottom of the drawer was an engraving. No basket, no box, no marble. And nothing else. Weird. What do you think it means? I haven't the faintest. What do you think it means then? No basket, no box, no marble. In other words, it is not a picnic. In other words, it is to starve. Starve, whilst demanding the marble and die. Is that a quote? Did you find that on the internet? Who are you talking to exactly? Your mannerisms render me increasingly worried. Nobody, sorry. Let's just keep the drawer in mind. To check back on it when we need to. Just have fun, just having fun, sorry. The witch in gold has nothing to do with any of this. Don't take anything I thought about just now seriously. Witch in gold? Is this... Yume Neko now. Watched the anime, but I haven't played the story itself. Drawer? But I hardly know her. This table has a little light on it. I could toy with it, but the drawer is more interesting. Opening it, Justidia pulled out something. which had an indescribable purpose. He put it back in just as quickly. Not touching that anymore. Have fun with it, I guess. He disappeared in a hurry, clearly flustered. Invidia shrugged, picking up the object and examining it for a longer moment. It was a strange, large plastic fork, except one of its teeth was situated at the bottom, and it was round, as if it wasn't made for stabbing, but for some other nefarious purpose. This could be anyone's bedroom then. Invidia didn't keep hold of it for too long, instead focusing on the rest of the stuff in the drawer. A few papers are scattered around, nothing really interesting. But there's something else in there. Let's see. He removed a golden key from the drawer before closing it. Just like Justitia, Invidia didn't stick around either. The two boys had been in a bit of a hurry to get this over with, before Gullah came to check on them, avoiding an awkward conversation. I don't understand what they found. What kind of food would you eat with that fork anyway? I guess someone just tried to be funny by leaving that here. Regardless, before Invidia put it back in, I could see some words were engraved on the curve. They said, "The other drawer is the alphabet. Spaces count 2. Spaces count 2. Before they put the weird object back in, could see that on the curve, some words were engraved. Other drawers, the alphabet, spaces count 2. What have we got? Where's the first drawer? Spaces count 2. Other drawer is the alphabet. Spaces count 2. How does space count in the alphabet? Unless it's a matter of converting all these letters to numbers. No, no, no. Basket, box, marble. Number basket, number box, number marble. T21, 21, 321. This is not a normal bed. Isn't it obvious? We're in a special hotel. I thought the stuff around the room would have made that evident. No, I mean there's no special hotels here. Not in this city or in the next. Sure, we have hotels, but those are just that, hotels. They're not special hotels. Semantics then. Upon noticing Justitia was going to argue again, he waved his hand dismissively. Look, I get what you're saying. Either way, this is a room for sex, which doesn't belong in a school environment. Exactly, but anyway, this bed has a silver key under a pillow. There's generally never only one key, so this room probably has others, Invidia says, having found the third key in the room. We should find them and get out. He pocketed it, manner of speaking. Anything else on the bed? From what I know, as if each room corresponds to someone of the group, then this room has got to be luxurious. Not to mention the room attached to this one. It was really messy. He said that in the director's office, didn't he? His room really gets messy, and when he's at home there, and he's at home here, and he's at home there. The director's office? Wait a minute, director's office. We've been to the principal's office. Director? Is there a director? Director, question mark, question mark. And I still can interact with this. These portraits are a little strange. The upper one doesn't move, with the lower one. By using the 3 keys they found, the duo undid the locks of the frame of the bottom portrait, which we never knew existed, because all it said was he can't do these without the key. It looked as though it could move, unlike the other on top, so Justidia gave it a good shove. He grasped the corner and began rotating it onto the wall. After a few seconds of doing this back and forth to see if anything would come out of it, Justidia made a piece of paper fall to the ground from behind the portrait. It's a piece of paper. I saw that. What's it say? It says, made of air. And it has a small hexagon next to it. So it's like a riddle, maybe. It's probably linked to whatever that safe has for a combination. What is made of air? Empty space? Spaces count to Close enough. But I don't think it's that figurative. And besides, air isn't empty space. I think it means more in a literal sense. So the letters A, I, and R then? Yes. Which would mean era? It could, or it could spell out Luxuria. Luxuria. It's too soon to say right now. Checker with the hat. Team talked about the safe. Okay, so we have 3 pieces of paper, giving us some strange letters. First there's one with air written on it, and apparently we need to scramble it. Then there's one with Ux, and one with L with ul on it. According to the safe, we have some guidelines. They give us the order for them to go in, I think. Have you eavesdropped, you duplicitous buffoon? Can't help it. This room is rather small. Anyway, what's the combination then? Okay, so it was... Did I write that down? It was triangle 21, T21, S21, then hex 321? Or wait, no, 321. Maybe it's not 2121, but 2121, which would make LU, XU, then 321. I mean, it's all it could spell. It's Luxuria. According to what we found, it wasn't that hard to put together. It seems like the directives are obvious, no? Reverse the letters and add them up. Yeah, that's Luxuria. The instructions were clearly leading us to that. And there's just one thing the word could be given those letters. That was quite rapid. I'm good at associating random stuff together like that. This is rather easy, as if it was made just for one person to solve. I guess we have our code then. And I also assume this means that this room has a clear link with Luxuria. Awkward, Gullah. Gullah stopped talking, instead crossing her arms and walking away. Tristidia disregarded her, focusing on the matter at hand. Let's open the safe. Okay, safe first then. Although I hadn't solved this puzzle. The other drawer is the alphabet, spaces count too. Because that's a lot of letters that I can't be bothered. No basket, no box, no marble. I'm sure, if it's important, it'll pop up next time. If it's needed. Oh, Crab Boy. You weren't here for the revelation about Luxuria? It is so much worse than first let on. There are reasons that this room associated with Luxuria might make Gullah uncomfortable and me. According to everything we found here, the combination should be, wait, what was it again? It's Luxuria, so enter it already. Right. Just give me a second. NVIDIA turned the dial, pressing upon the top of it, once selected the appropriate letters. After doing so, everyone held their breaths as a wolf-themed boy pulled on the door. It came open. Might the safe contain a card of some variety perchance? Yes, there's one of those in there. Just one though, and a key. Here, you can have it, Trist. He gave the card over to the other boy, while grabbing a strange key, with its teeth shaped like the letter A. That one he handed over to Gullah. Generous, aren't we? The safe cannot possibly only contain these two items of significance, I presume. You're right. There's also a piece of paper. Judging by all the other rooms, this should point us directly to the solution. He read it aloud. It says 6-5-25-25Y 22-1-11-8 test. That's probably a subtraction sign. Interestingly, I don't think we have to touch the letters, but we certainly have to do something with the numbers. Maybe we can substitute each number for a letter in the alphabet. Except it doesn't make any sense like this. Fey Vok test is pure nonsense. And why is there a letter in the space lineup that's already uncovered? Wouldn't that letter Y also be 25 like the others? Something's amiss. I just realized something. Averidi has two names, doesn't she? Ellie Weber and Ethene Ecofilm? What if Averidia is a fake? She has long hair hanging out that could easily be tied into pigtails. But I'm thinking about the possibility that maybe at some point, Ellie Weber and Ethene Ecofilm get swapped. But that isn't related to this. That's just random thought. Do you believe we have unearthed the necessary components to solve the room's mystery? Maybe. Maybe not. I mean, if we open the safe, then it's safe to say we're ready to go. I don't know. I'll think about it for a few more, okay? I'll be waiting here, I guess. Gather back at the safe when everyone's ready to go. No turning back once we do so. What if I talk to him? Because he's good at solving things, or random associations, whatever. We have the drawers, about the bed, this room. Did you see that bed? It's outrageous. What about it? Something like that is completely unsightly. You don't need a bed this expensive looking in order to have a good night's sleep. Anyone who has this bed must have thrown so much money out the window. I would agree, but, well, it's their money. They can do what they want with it. Should they really be allowed to do what they want with it? Next you'll tell me, if they want to buy a gun, then sure, that's fine too, says the guy with the gun. Okay, you've got me. Our time's shorter and shorter, but anything else? Ideas about the code? Could you birth me any codes? I was thinking about this room. Yes? Well, the layout suits the school map. It doesn't feel like this room belongs here. Not only the furniture completely displaced, but it feels stretched. It's not the usual size or shape for a bedroom. You got a point. What do you think that means? This is just a reproduction. No, wait. This is one of the reproductions. This entire place is a reproduction. We're not really in the school. We're somewhere else. Thanks for catching up to the rest of us, Chadia. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Oh, come on, you noticed it too, no? There's no windows anywhere. Behind the curtain, no window. The doors, all their windows are obscured. Even anything that resembles an exit, you can't see outside. It's always blocked off. I see, but that's kind of generic. I mean more, don't you have any idea what to do in this room? Oh, just search around, I guess. The usual stuff, can't be that bad. If there's only 2 rooms here, we already have one solved. And we don't even have to go back to it, either. This is a pretty easy room, all things considered. Our time's shorter and shorter. Alright. So I can't have him brute force the puzzle for me. Six, 5, 25, 25y, minus 22, 1, 11, 8. Test. And the other drawer is the alphabet. Spaces count 2. No basket, no box, no marble. I'm thinking relates to this. Six, 5, 25. Minus 22, 1, 11, 8, test. And if I compare you to... No basket, no box, no marble. It's too big for this. How do you two relate? Because we haven't used no basket, no box, no marble from anything yet. Basket, box, marble. I don't think anything here is made of marble. And still nothing on the chandelier. Still too high. Anything else? We found nothing but air. Oh wait, no, that's rejoin here. I'm not ready yet. Who are part of that test thing? Gullah remain off to the side. Probably should have spoken to her. Let me out. The answer is, who are in the test? At least I could access items, which is nice. At least this time it lets you. For these doors, but not for the roof puzzle thing in the reactor room. Six, 5, 25, 25y, 22, 1, 11, 8 test. Maybe I subtract them first. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, then test. Items I haven't used at all is a piece of paper, the drawer with no basket, no box, no marble, and the fork that says the other drawer is the alphabet, spaces count 2. Which is why I think these three had the solution. Because this gave me Luxuria in the safe with T21, S21, H321. Keys. All the keys unlock this. No, that. Keys unlock that. You two came out. So, yeah. Shame I can't re-ask what's his face Residia with the rest spelled out. Faye something. Anyway, what if I subtract them? Wait, that kind of worked though, because the subtraction is in such a way that would have to be 6 minus 22. Unless it's all of it together. 620, 652,525. Except no, because Y as well. There's the last Y. 65,252,525 minus 21 or 221,118 maybe test. And is test part of it or no? Maybe I should break down test then. Break test down to numbers. Maybe it's backwards. Maybe it's not numbers to letters, but letters to numbers. Hyphen, not a minus. Alright, I'll take the free hint. So subtraction is right out. Other drawer is the alphabet spaces count 2. You are my alphabet. To answer this, I think. Maybe it's the 6th letter, followed by the 5th letter, and the 25th letter in this, in which spaces also count. That can make sense. There are 26 letters here. Spaces included. Okay. In that case, sixth and 5th letter. S and A. And 25 is L. Sally. First then is N. Ah, pencil, come back. A. Is it A for 22? And 11. N. Sally Ann test. I don't know Sally Ann. I got a Pen Mill, an Annex Seville, an Ellie Weber, aka Ethine Ecofilm, an Annie Samzori, or something like that because my handwriting's awful. A Lucille Boy Jolie, a Nico Hope, Sally Ann. Who are in the test? Missing one of them. But I don't have a hyphen. Sally Ann. It's the Sally Ann. The Sally Ann test? Is that a thing? NVIDIA, explain yourself. The door unlocked. This was one of the strangest answers they had to give so far. That it took this entire room to figure it out was bothering Tristidia. Well, if it was the right answer, it was the right answer. I think excuse me. I think I've read about that before. Perhaps you did. But still, we should make our way out and keep our heads attached to our bodies, yes? And unexploded as well. She was the first to vacate the room. Shortly thereafter, the others followed her. Oh, cool. Wikipedia. The Sally Ann test is a psychological test used in developmental psychology to measure a person's social cognitive ability to attribute false beliefs to others. Flagship implementation of the Sally Ann test was by Simon Baron Cohen, Alan M. Leslie, and Uta Frith, 1985. In 1988, Leslie and Frith repeated the experiment with human actors rather than dolls and found similar results. Oh, there's a little picture. Sally has a basket. Anne has a box. Sally has a marble. She puts the marble in her basket. Sally goes out for a walk. Anne takes the marble out of the basket and puts it into the box. Where will Sally look for her marble? So basically testing for, what is it? Theory of mind then, huh? Or object permanence would be this case here. Right? No? A study of theory of mind in autism children, 20 of whom were diagnosed. Huh. And criticism. I'll save that reading for later. And now we see the connection with no marble, no box, no basket. About that Sally Ann test, what is it? And I'm still dubious about you, NVIDIA. I demand some explanations. The survivors had left the room, and now in the hallway, Justitia was inquiring to finally get some answers out of NVIDIA. However, NVIDIA wasn't getting straight to the point yet. Seems like the first is our answer, the second. Can I even say yet, yes please do? I guess I can. We're this far in, so it doesn't matter. And Cora's dead anyway. Why is that girl so important? Coherence. Anyway, I know the mastermind's Avaridia. I didn't ask about her, but about you. And either way, she's dead now. I guess I owe Lux some apologies. Not that I could give them to her now. Except Lux is a boy. Dangerous. A dangerous boy that gave Ancora scarring that somehow could last through time, triggering when she hears the word hope. You might want to correct that. Lux is a boy. Wait, really? Could have fooled me. Did, in fact. Yes. Girls trust him because he's cute and looks like a girl. But when they learn the truth, they all shun him, so he grows forceful with them. That's his sin, you know. I see. Don't think this absolves you anyway. I have my eye on you. Gala did not comment. Instead, she remained a bit further apart from the group of two. It seemed as though she might be deep in thought. NVIDIA chose not to disturb her. Instead, he gave a nod of his head towards the hallway. Let's go back to the voting booths. We only have 10 minutes or so to put in the Mii cards. But we're short 16 Mii cards, so we can't even do this. NVIDIA grabbed the bowls from the floor. We can do it with this. Or we could, if Ancora were still alive. Do you know what the Sally Ann test is? Well, that's how it relates then. We're using the Sally Ann test for item duplication. Here I thought it was basically it's a machine and tricking the machine. But I suppose I see how this works then, for the game. It goes something along the lines of, there is Sally, and there is Anne. Sally has a marble in a basket. Anne has a box. Sally puts the marble in her basket and subsequently leaves. Then Anne takes the marble from the basket and puts it in the box while Sally's away. When Sally comes back, which of the basket or the box will she check for the marble? Obviously, she's going to check the basket. It's a test, because it's used to determine when children can differentiate from their point of view and another person's point of view, which is a theory of mind. The reason why it's so important here is we're going to do the same thing that some exceptionally dangerous drugs have been made to do, which is attributing false beliefs to somebody. Drugs to attribute false beliefs is an interesting angle that I hadn't considered. Because especially with mentally going back and forth, unless they do have reading Steiner, the evidence for me was pretty heavy towards digital world, mental uploads and all. Do you know how the Bible begins? Something about God creating the world in 6 days. I'm not especially religious, so that kind of thing goes over my head. Correct. On the 6th day, God witnessed the world and sees all that he made was good. Well, it's a little like an epiphany. Once you know something, you can't unknow it. Sometimes, epiphanies come on their own too. The logic behind Sally-Ann testing being used in this manner is to trick God. Right now, it's no longer possible to do that because... No, wait. Maybe it is still possible. He's putting all this on Ancora. And he's bringing in the drugs and the God angle. Superbia did mention something about her not having the wealth of her family, but more importantly, having a sister or something that everyone treated as godly. It's been a week or two since Superbia gave her whole thing. But drawing out connections. By the end of this, it's gonna be like those cork boards with strings everywhere making all the connections. As I descend into madness trying to make sense of it all. No, wait. Maybe it's still possible. Or would have been possible. Either way, it would create a real miracle right then and there. That doesn't make any sense. You can't just... You can. It's all a matter of perspectives. Belief is the strongest of abilities, but it's not enough for us to believe because we are part of this world already. We are the ones being observed. We are the cat in the box. God has to believe, so strongly and so fragilely, any truth could break it. We are going to fulfill the necessary clauses for the Sally-Ann test. Were we to fulfill, would we have a way to exit this terrible predicament? If Ancora was still alive. I keep saying that, but I think it would still maybe be possible. I keep it vague because the moment I explain it, the trick will no longer work. Well, Nvidia does have the observer in his helmet, so maybe what he needs them to do is do the card trick with the bowls, and it's Nvidia who won't know. At least if God is watching, you can bet God's watching, which he probably is. See, God isn't omnipotent nor omnipresent. Thankfully, too, God is attracted to interesting situations. Observer Enneagram. Not the Enneagrams again, no! God is attracted to interesting situations, so he's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he's in someone's head. Hold up. All of this is ridiculous. Let's go back to the main room. And let me check something real quick first. See how far away I am for the end of this path. Mesmerize. Then one more novel or game over. Makes me wonder about this just being all by itself. And all in purple too. Maybe the function is just for the thing in my head to learn some information and take that information out the rest of this way. I mean, it's not just a dead end. It was locked, it's important. Hold up, all this is ridiculous. Let's go back to the main room. Ah, and having psychic powers isn't ridiculous. You're as inconsistent as you are dumb. I thought you were smart, but you don't seem to be making any of your previous connections this time around. Or maybe you have and you're hiding it. Nvidia said nothing, picking up the bowls and carrying them with him, as the three of them made their move to return to the room with all the voting machines. More taps, more taps. Arriving there, they noticed something was missing. What was missing became apparent upon counting the dead bodies. Avaridia was not there. No dead body was actually. Shit. So Ava wasn't dead. Of course not. Would you rig your own machine to terminate yourself upon failure if you had full control over this installation? No, I don't think it's that. There's something else here. Maybe what we see isn't true sometimes, because it is all digital. We've only seen others with these helmets on. Wait a minute. I hadn't considered that angle, that maybe the helmets are feeding false information. Don't give too much away, Viddy. Leave some for the finale. A gunshot resonated after that, blasting Tristidi to the side. What if that is it? What if it's simply manipulation of the camera feed? And earlier on, the shotguns being visible, but intangible, wasn't because it's all digital, but because the camera was hacked to see things that aren't there. Like an alternate reality sort of thing, not virtual reality, just alternate. A complex idea. Careful, because I'm going to start overanalyzing again and overthink the capital case and lowercase letters. A gunshot resonated after that, blasting Tristidi to the side. As a shotgun Avaridia wielded fumed, the male's helmet exploded. She shot right through his head, which was now gone into torrential blast. Truth be told, I forget most of ZTD apart from the broad strokes and a few key points. It didn't really leave that much of an imprint on me, apart from getting it done mostly. Ah! What are you going to do? Her tone changed the moment she noticed Avaridia was aiming at her next. I'm going to end this game. There's nothing else to do with this one, and we're still on path. Still on path. Don't kill me, please. It's inevitable, but you'll be back, so don't worry. I'll answer one question before that, however. Choose wisely. Avaridia wasn't even reloading the shotgun. Was it even loaded to begin with? Is Gullah wondering the same thing about the gun too? The cow-themed girl was taking her time and picking out a question to answer. The timer was ticking down, and those 10 minutes were gradually diminishing to 5. Soon, there wouldn't be any time to do anything else. Pray tell then, why does this entire place exist? I can't say that yet. I'll grace you another question instead. That I want to know who you two really are. Is that better? That I could answer. Partially. I'm Ithane Ecofilm, and his name is Marco. Well, I kind of had a hunch about that, given how much control NVIDIA had over this so far. And I'm going to assume that Marco is also the person who designed most of the stuff, the helmets, etc. I can also say that I am not in fact the teacher you might remember, but a much older woman. The one named Marco, uninterested, looked away for a moment. I guess our business is done then. Wait. But Ithane did not wait. In the next moment, Gullah was blasted away by the seemingly empty shotgun. She fell to the ground, and much like the rest, her head exploded, rendering her body without a controlling center. Alright, me. Terminate the game. The timer disappeared as I disabled it. This is a bit of a mess. We have a lot of cleanup to do, Ava. And can I stop calling you Ava? I guess that's fine now. You know what to do with Pandora, right? After that, we're in the clear. And is it necessary to give my name away like that? It's hilarious that you of all people would ask that. Stop complaining, get to work. Just tell Pandora what you have to tell her. This time it's a bus, but we're very close. I have no idea what you're talking about. Alright, fine. Pandora, you have to listen closely. Whatever you do here, you can't stop us. You can't stop a little game. We'll keep on doing this forever. Every single one of these animals here will suffer, eternally. We've got them trapped in here, because they have sinned to the highest degree. Murder, arson, assault, torture, harmful falsification of the truth, and more. But that's still not right. You took over everything. We didn't take over anything. This was our game from the beginning. Did you think you had any control? Pandora, if anyone's a usurper, it's you, not me. I can't believe this. No, I'll go back. I'll go back to wherever this all started and stop you. You can't do anything from where you are. Not now, or before, or any time. You're wrong, Marco. I'll help everyone escape. Help all the violent killers and terrorists and worse. The true Ava even get out. I'll go back, and everyone will leave. You're cute when you're confrontational. You're cute when you're confrontational. Hey, Athene. Did you... But he couldn't say anything else. Athene aimed the shotgun at his face, and suddenly pulled the trigger. This time, the shotgun had real ammo. She had been reloading it when he was busy with me. He didn't even scream. He fell to the ground, and the helmet was destroyed, yet didn't explode. I couldn't see anything else anymore. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear. The code to unlock the box is 2014-11-19. 14-11-19. Isn't that a birthday? November 19th, 2014. Superbia's and Cora's. The mental corkboard is getting even more complex. That's a very strange but very special number indeed. I'll see you later. Something felt extremely wrong with this. It took me a short while, around as much as a microsecond. But as I mulled those details over, I realized what felt so wrong about them. The number 20-141-119. Gonna mark that too, just in case. Actually, no. Just put like commas or something. 20-141 and 119. Kind of looked like. But the trust activated. Whose trust are we getting? Is this my own? Hello. Who am I talking to? Who are you? I am me. You can call me Pandora if you want. Okay then, Pandora. Who am I? You are Marco. We finally get Marco. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, it sounds like it. But I don't think that's my name. Ah, right. You are the other one. Not Marco the New. Your name is Mark. That's very close to Marco, actually. Mark Penmill, maybe? Right, that makes more sense now. Mark. Mark Tremblay. Thank you. Now I remember. Tremblay. Not that it matters, since you are dead. Am I dead? Oh, that's annoying. Will my sisters make sisters, plural? None of them are here. They'll all live. Good. I envy them. You shouldn't. Your travels are over now. They have many hardships still. In that way, you're lucky. But I want to be alive. Even if I committed a crime. Do you recall your crime? If you don't, it was falsification. You sent an innocent to prison instead of your father. Falsification. Where'd I put it? I'm really running out of space here. Sent innocent to prison instead of father. So your dad is the one who did something heinous. Murder. And through your false evidence, Gulla's dad, the principal, got arrested, triggering Gulla to blow up the school. Ah, that's right. A murder. They suspected my father because he was always around the kid. The kid? But then they got kidnapped. Who got kidnapped? Kidnapped and murdered by a schoolgirl. There's no space. Was it a schoolgirl even? And if so, then who? And who was it they that got kidnapped and murdered? The missing kid? His father? A schoolgirl and her companion, in fact. But that's neither here nor there. You're right. Schoolgirl and companion. Superbia and her accomplice Ira. Maybe. Because Superbia did murder, and Ira was an accomplice. You're right. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Did I do the right thing, though? Who knows? I'm not here to judge you. I only know that you are otherwise very social. Despite your upbringing as last child, you had a good lot. You had friends you played laser tag with. Everything was going well for you, but you joined my emptiness. That was a mistake. But then you couldn't have saved your father. But maybe you shouldn't have. And so that brings us back around to what even is my emptiness. Everyone's in it. Everyone in my emptiness is a criminal who does terrible things. And there was one mention way early on about my emptiness making wishes come true, which may or may not be true. I have nothing on that, apart that everyone is connected to it. Are criminals if they're in it, and maybe interested as like a webmaster or something. Well, I don't regret any of it. All of these years are part of me, even the failures. Good. Are out of time. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. You've surrendered your right to live. I'll now carry your memory. Thank you. And just a thank you. But the box remained shut. I'm going to count this as dead end. Even if not. Dead end. Rightfully so, since the helm was blown up. Well, now... answer after the dot. You see how basic the puzzles used to be. Lower path requires to be continued. Is there a to be continued? Oh, there's you, who I can't get into yet. But let's see, the deduction room. It's two students arguing over shared awakening. Deduce has a square. The box that we now have the code to, with Superbia and Encora's birthday. Nvidia's taken up. One more person is missing. Probably Pandora. Check my save files. Well, I'm just thinking out loud right now. Only one missing here. We got the middles. And now we got the code, maybe. And another lock for Southern Path. Check save files. And 287. Meetings, ends, puzzles. That the ends. TBC. I see. That's right, I could load you up. Because that was way back. Yeah, that was this route. To be continued, and now hooray, there's a key. So we could take that. We could go to the key that we have now. Back to the start, hijack, and go on through. But I'm kind of interested in seeing if we can use that code to go back to the very first Deduce room and open the box and see what all that changes. But that'll have to be next time. Next time, because it's late enough for the day, and that was a bombshell to end on. That was several bombshells to end on today. And definitely lots to do and lots to look forward to next Monday. So for now is going to be finding somebody to raid. Any chance? Anybody else streaming Birth Me Code? Nah, sadly no. I don't see why not, it's a fun game. Well, how about this? There are a couple of people playing Virtue's Last Reward, and VLR was fun. I haven't seen Agent P49 play anything, but good enough reason to check them out. So until next time, thanks for hanging. Every single time I think that I figured this game out, it just gets wilder. So, that's pretty fun. So do enjoy the rest of your nights. Thanks for being here. Take care of yourselves. Have fun. See you folks later. 07s to you all.